have Dr. Guruvayur from IIT Madras, and he's a computer scientist with extensive experience across AI, data science, and product engineering. And he currently serves as the founder of and CTO of Aquarians AI, and is an advisor at the Center for Responsible AI at IIT Madras, and is also a member of GPI. Dr. Swapna Sen is from Arite AI. They're currently working to apply AI solutions to the dairy economy. And she blends finance, data science, and AI expertise to solve practical challenges. Mr. Alek Sharan is head of enterprise AI at Sarvam AI, and he was previously at Niti Aayog, where he was part of the team that brought out the National Artificial Intelligence Strategy at Niti. And his work focuses on AI strategy and data governance. And finally, we have Sanket Kashyap, who is lead ML engineer at Level AI, a customer experience and personalization and automation startup. And prior to Level AI, he worked as a research associate at the Trivedi Center for Political Data and as an undergraduate teaching assistant at Ashoka University. So thank you very much. And I'm Meghna Bal. I'm from the SIA Center. We're a tech policy focused think tank. And thank you very much for joining us so early. So before we begin, I'm going to ask my colleague Mohit to just contextualize this discussion with the presentation, then we'll get into it.
Thanks, Meghna. If we can just have the presentation on the screen. Right. Thank you once again, everyone, for joining us for this panel discussion on enabling access to open source AI for the Global South. My name is Mohit. I'm a fellow at the Escher Center. And through this presentation, I'm going to touch upon three key themes. Firstly, the potential for AI to engender progress towards social and economic objectives. Secondly, the current state of AI access and availability across nations. And finally, the potential role that open source AI can play in bridging some of these access and availability gaps. So today's discussion relates to one of the larger themes of IIGF 2024, which is AI for good. And while I'm sure we're all familiar with tools like ChatGPT and Gemini, which make our lives simpler, AI has the potential to do a lot more. As the graphic on your left suggests, that it actually can accelerate progress across a number of SDGs, which are sustainable development goals defined by the United Nations across parameters like poverty, health, and education. So if we take SDG 4, for example, which relates to education, AI can potentially personalize educational offerings for children, ensuring no one is left behind. Similarly, for SDG 4, which relates to health, improved diagnostics, predictive analysis can improve health outcomes. So just a few examples of how AI can accelerate progress towards these social and economic goals. However, realizing the potential of AI requires that the benefits reach those who need it the most, which brings us to the global AI divide. So as the chart on the left clearly shows, it's a snapshot of the Stanford Global AI Vibrancy Ranking, which ranks countries based on their investments, infrastructure, AI governance capabilities. And as we can see pretty clearly, it's dominated by nations from the global north. India, UAE, and China are the only three nations from the global south that are on it. Important to note, though, that China, with its growing geopolitical and economic influence, as well as its closed technological ecosystem, is something of an outlier here. Comparatively, India, with its commitment to digital open source and international tech transfers, may be better positioned as the leader of the global south in this regard, which brings us to the first question. Where does India stand, and what does it need to do to bridge these gaps that are emerging between the global north and global south? And finally, now to open source AI as a potential way of leveling the playing field between the global north and global south. While there's no set definition of the term open source AI, it generally refers to models which are freely available and can be modified, reused, and shared by developers downstream. This not only helps them access technologies which otherwise may be cost prohibitive for them to get their hands on, but it also allows them to develop products in a localized context. This is particularly important in developing countries where proprietary solutions may not particularly answer to the requirements of citizens and people in these countries. We're already seeing some uptake for open source AI solutions in the global south, as this snapshot from the GitHub Octoverse report shows us. India, Brazil, Indonesia, and even Nigeria are among the top contributors to open source projects on GitHub. By 2029, their contributions are only likely to increase. Of course, while there is a lot of promise potentially with open source AI, it also entails access and security trade-offs, which brings us to the second important question for today: can open source AI be developed responsibly? And with that, I'll hand over to Meghna for what I'm sure will be an engaging session.
Thanks, Mohit, for contextualizing this discussion so succinctly. And for further contextualization, I think I'm going to come to Sunil first. So there is considerable debate about the definition of open source AI. Some camps tend to be a little more theological about it, while others advocate for some flexibility. So I'd just like you to kind of contextualize this debate for us and highlight why it matters and what its potential implications are, particularly for countries in the global south.
Thanks, Meghna, for that. And thank you for having me here at this conversation. And also thanks to all the organizers of IIGF. This has been a fantastic edition of the forum. To answer your question, I'm going to quickly do a sketch of a history lesson so that we know how we got here. So before the 80s, computer programs were not really thought of as discrete intellectual property works, and slowly we begin to see the beginning of proprietary software. And in response, what Richard Stallman does is he begins a project called the GNU project, and the year is 1983. But all the way till 1989, he doesn't really clarify the license of this project. That happens with the first edition of the GNU GPL. And this is where the 4 freedoms are instilled through contract. The freedom to use for any purpose, the freedom to study the source code, the freedom to modify the source code, and the freedom to redistribute both the original copyright work or the modified copyright work, either for a fee or on a gratis basis. All of that was allowed under the 4 freedoms. But then what I want to point out, since you used the word theological and theological debates, is one big sort of heterodox move right at that beginning in 1989, which is that the open source movement allows for a 5th freedom in some of the licenses. What is this 5th freedom? The 5th freedom is the freedom to make proprietary derivative works. So you have copyleft licenses, which are more fundamentalist, and they insist that all the derivative works must also be copyleft. And then you have copy center licenses like MIT and BSD license, and you can make proprietary works with those. And that explains the success of some companies, including operating system manufacturers, and the amount of money. So there is nothing in the open source movement that is anti-proprietary software, because from the beginning, that was considered one of the outcomes of using some open source licenses. And then this openness movement starts to blossom, and it goes to all sorts of areas. So we have open standards and open data and all of that. And in 2002, Professor Lawrence Lessig publishes a bouquet of licenses. He calls them the Creative Commons licenses. There are 6, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Again here, there is another kind of ideological big tent that is created. So remember, you have freedom of use, which is any use. That means even commercial use. That freedom was taken away in some of the Creative Commons licenses. They were made non-commercial use only. And then in some other licenses, they said no derivative works, because these Creative Commons licenses were also used to licensed science for scholarly journal articles, and you didn't want somebody making a derivative work and misrepresenting your scholarship and so on. So with good reason, they decided some of those very sacred freedoms we will give up in some of those licenses. Those were called non-free licenses by the free software camp, the copyleft camp, but they were still considered part of the open bouquet of content licenses. And almost content under any of those licenses is considered open content. Now we are in 2024 and we have a similar debate. Mostly we have this debate because just for everybody here, when you're downloading a model onto your laptop, there are only two files that are particularly important. One is called a model file, and the other is the weight file. The weight file, according to me, is a novel technological artifact. It looks most similar to a database. And databases traditionally were licensed under Creative Commons licenses or a variation of that called open data licenses. Now, when we try to fit that database into an open source definition, it doesn't fit very well. And that is the big fight that we're having. According to me, it is because we are not clear about what this thing is and where to slot it in. And if the expectation is that all the underlying copyrighted works must be given under an open data license or a Creative Commons license, then it basically means that open LLMs can never be on the same standing as proprietary LLMs, because what is an LLM or what is a sort of top category of the LLM is just a compressed version of the publicly available internet. 100 exabytes of data you have just compressed. Those 100 exabytes of data is not available in an open data license. So you cannot compete in that weight class if you want to be 100% open and give the training data also away. So that's, I think we're making a category mistake in two different ways. Sorry for taking so long, Meg, but back to you.
No worries at all. I think in any case, in the realm of technology, there is a tendency for ideas to become caricatures of themselves. And I think that's probably what's happening here. Coming to you, Swapna, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, your work is very interesting because you're taking AI to the rural economy. And so I want to ask you, has access to open source AI models made it easier to do this? And how is this currently working from an accessibility standpoint for startups like you? And could you talk about the different models people are offering and what are the challenges in this regard?
Yeah, thank you, Meghna. Thanks to Asia Center and IIGF to bring us all together. And it's really a happening discussion today. Yeah, we in Arid Business Solutions, we are offering IoT-based cattle health monitoring to the dairy farmers. And beyond this, we are now expanding to offer them some yield improvement solutions through an app. So in that project, we resorted to some open source models like Mistral AI on Hugging Face, and then AWS has offered us free credits for this project, and we used Claude from AWS Bedrock. Though it is not open source, but when it comes to free credit, it means impacted all the same to us. So with that, we started our journey by creating a simple chatbot based on a document from NDDB. Because if we are using openly ChatGPT or Gemini, the like the obvious hallucinations and going beyond the guardrails was creating problems. So that problem was addressed with this. Later on, we used some AI agents to do multiple tasks in the form of, say, um, uh, scraping the web to get the weather data and giving advisory to the farmers that basis the temperature and humidity of their location, what actions should be taken. Then giving some homeopathic advisory, ethno-veterinary advisory, building a knowledge base by retrieving from the document. Tried to get their yield data and show the graphical like visualization through analytics using this agent-based models. However, these things, when we started working on the, like created the first prototype, it came up very well. And on this, some dummy data, some synthetic data, and some temporarily collected data. It gave the shape of something like a good college project. But when we came to deployment, we faced a very serious challenge that the sector is so much unorganized and unsystematic, and it is nowhere near digital. So the basic database is absent, which in the global north, go to any farm, they have a proper systematic farm management system or a farm ERP, where the data of the animals, their breeds, lactation cycle, the health records, the vaccination chart, and all the market information about what all feed and fodder commodities available, the price information, these are available at the disposal. And this might be one of the reasons why Global North had been so successful in creating this large language model. The basis is this terabytes of data that is available. Yes, it is nowhere there when it comes to the dairy or our rural economy. And when we tried to impart this as a habit, that also like we made them record the milk, and it persisted for 1 week. Once we are away from the system, they again revert back to the same. So that the change management at the ground level and extensive sensorization, that is also missing. We are using one sensor, the inertial sensor, for measuring some of the activities of the animal. There should be many more to be introduced. So one is sensor, and another is the habit of recording data and documenting it properly is behind building the database that can give actual true customized solution to the customers, without which any general purpose model is of less business value to my experience so far.
Thank you, Swapna. Sanket, coming to you, Swapna has raised basically a point of challenge of inclusivity within models from a data standpoint. And I remember when Swapna and I were discussing this, she also said that there's a problem, even if you do include vernaculars, there's a problem regarding specific dialects or specific industry jargon that is also within local languages and dialects. So just coming to you, how can we make open source AI more inclusive?
So a couple of pointers on this. The first one is related to how we look at open source AI. Open source AI is not just the models that are being given out to us and the weights that are being given out to us. As Swapna mentioned, that in the global south, digital infrastructure systems are not of the same standard as in the global north. And to actually get any value out of AI, we require infrastructure which is tech enabled, so as to say. Now, within this, the biggest challenge that we face, apart from for the first one, is building solutions. For building solutions in infrastructure, we are what you would call a GPU poor country comparatively. If you look at the global leaders right now, having access to compute in a manner that people are able to collect data and then train their big models on them is as necessary as it is for us to have open source licenses and open source models. The models are only going to be a framework. At the end of the day, it's the data that goes inside them. And unless we have access to that sort of an infrastructure where we can build on top of these models or fine tune them to a good enough degree, we'll always be behind in this respect. The second one is something that Sunil had mentioned actually, the 4 original tenets of open source software, which was use, share, modify, and study. One that is, while there are always going to be contentions about how data is made available and how training data can be used, can be analyzed, there needs to be some amount of study into the biases that are present within the data. I feel a few companies have put out some frameworks, like Facebook has put something out, Microsoft has put something out, as well as IBM. but we need to have something that can tell us what the data is that it has been trained upon. I don't think having exabytes of data is something that anybody would be very interested in looking into, but even having a bird's eye view of looking at what sort of biases are included in this data, where this data was collected from, that would be enough of a signal for us to know what more we can add inside these models so as to make them more inclusive for certain regions. Yeah, that.
Thank you very much. And now, kind of drilling down into the point of data, there's a lot of, and just, making, I mean, access to resources more than anything. So, DPI is often presented as a solution to this conundrum. And Ale, coming to you, how do you strike a balance between private innovation and DPI in the context of AI and particularly open source AI?
Um, so Thank you, Meghna. Thank you for inviting me here, and thank you to Asia Center as well. Can you hear me? Hello.
Is it possible to increase the volume, please? Can you speak now, Alec?
Is it better now?
No, it's still very soft. You will have to lean towards your mic more, they're saying.
Yeah, this is
Just
odd.
mute and unmute again.
Hello. Is it better?
No, Alec is perfectly audible from my end. So
I'll try to be louder. I have a throat allergy, so maybe it's because of that. Hello. Can you hear me now? Is it better now?
I think something on your end, Meghna, because Alec is audible otherwise.
Yeah, I think it's the speaker volume. One second. Just talk now.
Hey, can you hear me now? Is it better now?
Just please respond. Please go ahead with your response to the question.
Sure, sure. I'll try to be a bit louder. Can you hear me now? Better? I can't hear you now.
Yeah,
Please.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, okay. Yeah, so to answer that question, which I think is very pertinent, I'm going to go into a little bit of a deep dive into DPI, right? And what the reason for DPI existence is beyond access, right? And so the way I see it is digital public infrastructure, right? It arises out of an economic necessity. If you look at, for example, when we came out with the AI strategy for India, we looked at different models around the world. If you look at China, then you have AI and kind of government engaging at all levels of the stack. If you look at the US, then even at the foundational levels, possibly, right, government is not there. And so we were looking at what is the right way actually to help innovation, help the private sector, help citizens actually benefit the most from a new technology. So the idea here is, if you look at, not to give an economics lesson, but if you look at Coase's theorem, right, of externalities, essentially, like economic externalities disappear when you assign property rights. So the reason any public infrastructure exists is because it is hard to define property rights and get an ROI for certain projects. So to make a very concrete example, why do we build roads? The reason we build roads in a new city is that if a private player builds it, investment requirement will be huge, but also it's very hard for them to monetize it, right? There's an externality. If you build a road, 50 other people benefit from it. So economically, it makes a lot of sense, but not as a private project. So that's why government steps in. Similarly, with digital infrastructure, we have to understand that the core idea of DPI was always to make sure that private innovation can exist at the layer where it is better. So the belief was that data, right, and the foundational layers of any stack. So if you look at UPI, that's the layer that operates on top of IMPS. So any public infrastructure, any DPI, if you look at, the idea is that more of the foundational layer, which is harder to build, which has a lot of externality, that should be focused on by the government. And the areas where there is a potential for innovation on the interface, on the usability side of things, the private sector should definitely come in and build that. So more than access, I feel like this conundrum, right, we need to answer by figuring out how does any DPI actually encourage private innovation. And if we look at the AI stack, of course, Sunil's response was very educative, right? And so I think the data is at the bottom layer of the stack, obviously, and government should play a key role in making more data available so that innovation can happen at the model layer as well as the application layer. We now have seen startups coming out with their own models, right, and innovating on not just the data but the architecture as well. So if you look at Cartesia, for example, they are innovating by not just looking at a attention layer mechanism, but by looking at state space models, right? Which use a different mechanism, not attention, which is more linear rather than n squared complexity. So I think these things are important to kind of incentivize. And the way government can do that is by focusing, in my view, on the data layer, getting all data sets together that are unlocked. There's so many scanned PDFs lying around in so many different places in India, and find out other ways of making data available as well as curated in different languages. I think that's where government plays a key role. Hiring people who can do the initial sort of fine tuning, response tuning as well in different languages, right? So in the case of AI, I think again simple response, but my thinking on it and our thinking on it is that the data layer is where the government can play the biggest role. And then, of course, I mean, build reference architecture. So, for example, government built out Beam, right? But it was never the idea that Beam should be the only app used for payments, right? Um, so, for example, build your own models, build even your own applications as government, but let other people benefit from that data, because otherwise it is very hard, for actual model innovation and fundamental innovation to happen in the country.
Thanks a lot, Alec. And there are definitely some of your point on sharing the data, particularly what is used for government applications, will resonate with your co-panelists, at least some of them. Coming to you, Dr. Guruvayur, you have a unique vantage point because you're both an academic, as well as someone who is building products in this space and putting them out. So I'd like to understand from your vantage point, how do you regard open source AI in the Indian context, and has it had an enabling effect, and are there things that can be done better? You'll have to unmute. Yeah, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, thanks for having me here, and with the splendid panel mix. I am wearing multiple hats, but this meeting I'm going to wear my CRI hat, IT Madras hat, and come. But I can speak from my startup and my corporate, from my corporate experience too, right? Uh, we love to call within CRI, this is open models and open source for whatever reason. Students spoke about the rates and stuff like that. So we will stick to, we love talking about it as an open model because of the constraints. So we talked about rates and all the stuff, right? But otherwise, it's a very positive, outlook. What we have, both from a CROI as a research lab, as well as from representing a startup ecosystem, right? It's not new. These open models been there academic world as a part of research, and it's a great boon to the startup community. And some of our research says that almost 70 to 80% of the AI startups are now using open models, right? That's something a study which is conducted tells about how open models are welcomed as a part of startup community, and some of the startup founders who spoke before me also spoke about that, right? Um, at the same time, I'm not a very great fan of not sharing the training code and other things, but I can understand where they are coming from, because training a model like, with 700 billion parameters like Llama and stuff like that requires a lot of resources. And I believe sharing weights would have a huge multiplier effect in the startup ecosystem and the research ecosystem, right? That's what we feel from a research perspective, right? And it's also not about training a different set of people, right? The kind of training required to train people on this is completely it's a different ball game altogether. Like we're not talking about people who can fine tune a model, define parameters and data, defining data, pipeline, etc. We're not talking about it. We are talking about how we are building applications over the models, right? That's where I think it has a very positive impact on the training on the startup ecosystem. At the same time, I think we are also missing out, India as a country or an ecosystem, on building skills, right? On building these models, right? We are still talking about, even at a government level, we are still talking about whether India should build our own foundation model or not. I mean, I'm sure Mr. heard about the discussion what we had last week, right? But this is what I think, like, so while on one hand it's a boon to startup community, every segment is coming, benefiting from open models, but at the same time, our I'm sorry, ability to come out with our own models, open models, and do some architectural experiments with that, right? Barring some one or two cases our previous panelists talked about, we are not into this space, and we are still looking at external world, like how we are going to build foundation models where we should build the skill levels and stuff like that, right? So that way, like, it's a pretty long time. It's there in the research system, but that has to move to the next level of building these models here and do research and experiment on the what do you call on the architecture side is all this very important. At the same time, like from a Godric's perspective, as my previous panel spoke about, we are not too sure about where the data set, what kind of data sets are being used to train this model. So we also inherit the kind of biases, whatever creeped in into the system, and we have to worry about, okay, how I'm going to address these biases and fairness issues are coming. So the guardrails, what are required to be done, to be put in place, or how we are going to take care of them. So all that issues come into picture, but overall, there's a very positive outlook within the academia as well as in the startup community.
Thank you very much. I think, yeah, Sanket particularly responded to your question and also gave us a solution that balances, all considerations, where he suggested a bird's eye view of data possibly is a good way of solving that transparency issue. So two themes that kind of emerged, and I'd like to address them both in the limited time that we have in the next round of questions. One, of course, is the availability of data and really the role of government in enabling both data and innovation and access to markets. So we will cover that in the next. And the other consideration, of course, is accountability and responsibility when it comes to open source AI. Um, so coming to you, Swapna, delving deeper into your point about data sets, what are the limitations that you see in some of the indigenously developed open source AI projects that focus, for instance, on vernacular languages, and how can these entities refine their approach?
Yeah, right, Meghna. So when I'm working with this rural sector, vernacular language is of prime importance. And not only so, It is not about language. The people, even if some of them are literate, they prefer voice and speech mode only. So we tried developing systems using translate, transcribe, and poly speech to text so that it can be entirely voice enabled. And there I faced the challenge that it is not only about the vernacular, as the there are so many variations and nuances in the dialects, the accents, the pronunciation, and even the vocabulary existing in the same language varies. Like the same word has different meanings for different regional pockets. So such nuances and variations is never addressed by any of the language vernacular language models. Like we have Bhashini, I tried that. Um, I tried Sharvam also. Uh, they have done wonderful work, like bringing up unity in the diversity of the Indian local languages. However, there is much more things to do in it, and particularly in dairy, like it is heavily jargonated as well. So, say I am a Bengali, but when it comes to address something in Bengali with the dairy farmers, I also fumbles during that time. So, it is of extreme importance that we take up this local language models much more in details. How could we retrain over the and leveraging the open source softwares available with our the traditional knowledge that is being trapped inside what hmm, Alec was also mentioned has also mentioned, it is not only in the PDFs. It is some things are even written in handwritten documents, or not even that. It is in the tradition, in the practice. How could we extract that out and create a knowledge base? There, government can play a very important role, that creating a distributed system of this learning process and aggregating this in a single platform, and liberally distributing this among the researchers, the academicians, and the startups, so that they can there is a free flow of knowledge, and communication system is really reinforced through the process. So without this, I even with this existing local language translate models, I could not reach out to my uh, like end of the corner customers, because the model is not understanding them, they are not understanding my model. So there is the barrier, it exists very much.
Thank you. Ali, coming to you, what role, if any, does public procurement play in encouraging innovation? Since we are talking about the role of the government, what role, if any, does public procurement play in encouraging innovation while also enabling better access to AI technology in the country?
So I think, especially in India, government procurement plays a very, very key role in encouraging innovation, just because of the size and scale that we have in government data and in the number of services that is provided by the government in today's economy in India. So if you just look at, for example, the stats of government e-marketplace, right? About 9.82 lakh crore of procurement happened as of July 30th, 2024, right? And then in GEM, for example, there are a lot of diverse groups that the government has reached out to. When it again pertains to AI, the idea here is how do we encourage innovation, right? And how do we encourage startups to participate? Now, there are some challenges, right? When you look at the typical government procurement setups, they are very geared towards existing large system integrators, as everyone knows, right? These RFPs are usually based on one template. I mean, I wrote an RFP when I was at Niti Aayog, and we decided not to use a particular template because those templates already kind of have the system architecture that is needed in the RFP. Whereas our strong feeling was that that should be left to the private sector, right? Why are you going out there and specifying the architecture? That's not your core competency, right? And so again, those are areas where I think government needs to be sensitized. That please make the RFPs more open. in other ways as well as it comes to language technology, right? I think the scope should be broader than just getting system integrators. We should encourage people to compete at the model layer as Swapna was mentioning. There are a lot of things that need to be done, right? It's not that we have just created some language models even at Sarvam and these will now work for all languages for all time. So there are a lot of different dialects. We were in Orissa recently for India's National Data Forum, and again, all the states were there, and this issue was taken up at as a district level. How do we get access to data, and how do we unlock that data, and at even more granular levels? So again, there is a long tail of effort that needs to be done. And one way of attacking it is the supply side, which we discussed earlier, right? Creating a DPI around the data that infrastructure that government has. But the other, which you are now talking about, is the demand side. And to really encourage innovation through the demand side approach, we need to sort of open up some of these practices instead of saying that any solution must use a particular set of APIs. It should really be let's use the best APIs available. There should be some safeguarding around whether the data is sovereign or not, whatever the government feels, right? That can be there as parameters, but I don't think any solution, right, at government or citizen scale should be force fed a set of APIs, because that is not really going to encourage innovation. That is like saying that every government project will be done by NIC, right? I mean, government tried that. If you talk to some IS officers and their views on that, they will tell you that that approach failed miserably, right? And so that, I think, has to change. We can't say that we are going to go back to the days of let's just have NIC do everything. So again, I think there's a lot of good things happening in government on this front. So we need to now figure out a way how do all these efforts synergize. So India AI Mission is doing a tremendous job, right, in terms of engaging with startups. They engage with us, all these other startups, and they are their entire mandate is to come out with a setup which encourages AI innovation in the country. Now that mandate has to be connected to the different mandates the government has to actually empower citizens using AI, right? And so how do you encourage innovation as well as empower people? And I think they are linked, and the answer is quality. So get the best quality things, encourage competition, right? Those are things that need to be done in public procurement. And so we need to rethink that in the era of AI. We need to rethink the kind of SLAs that are needed. This is not a typical sort of old, kind of SI led project with the same, there has to be a lot of work on bias, what kind of solution, what kind of answers the AI is giving, right? What are the metrics that need to be actually tracked? So all of that work needs to be done at a central agency, which can specialize, maybe Niti Aayog, maybe MIT, one of them can probably take it up.
Thank you, Ali. Coming to the second part of this second round, which is on responsible and accountable open source AI. So, Kate, coming to you, is it possible to have AI that is both open source and accountable or responsible, and why or why not?
Yeah, so I feel that accountable AI is not going to be accountable in a way that we expect it to be. At this point of time, models by themselves are not something that a single human can understand just by virtue of them being billions of parameters big. But with a group of individuals trying to work on the responsibility and accountability of this, it might be a solvable problem. As of right now, responsibility is something that is an onus on the person or the organization that is building a model. One of the few things that everybody loves to report about models that they put out are accuracy numbers on certain data sets to show that my model is better than the other model. One thing that would be very necessary over there is to also incorporate some of the responsibility and safety toolkit outputs upon the models that we have, because the movement needs to be an industry-wide movement, as long as it is always focused on accuracy itself and not also on publishing the numbers about how safe this data is, what sort of data it was trained on. It'll always be a race to fine-tune that one number which is misrepresentative of the amount of responsibility that is going to be there. The second thing is about accountability. to be honest, I do not think that models are going to be completely accountable just by the number of computations that happen inside it right now. What we can do, which would be possibly the best thing right now, is to do the study part of the open source thing, which is give out as much information so that there can be trust built on it. At any point of time, if governments would want to use AI services to provide things to people, at that point of time, we will require certain amount of trust building from their end as well, where they talk about the data that has been used, what has been done over here, and give us access to study the model and break it through so that some sort of trust can be built over there.
Thank you. Dr. Guruvayur, coming to you. One approach that is recommended for accountability is to kind of consider the AI value chain as a whole and then see how different actors within that value chain can be accorded responsibility. What are your thoughts on this? And if we could just unmute Dr. Guruvayur, please.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, you're audible. You're audible.
See, if you look at AI value chain from the prism of Indian context, we must consider key four stages, right? Data collection, model development, deployment, and governance, while addressing India's unique societal, economic, regulatory environment. And my perspective is, from a data collection and perspective, there are challenges of data scarcity, bias, data sovereignty, and particularly when it comes to DIDP and stuff like that. And responsible approaches could be like localized data collection, finance and representation, and open data ecosystem and stuff like that, and open source coverage, leverage. These are some of the things we can look at it from that perspective. From a model development perspective, there are multiple challenges. One is dependence on Western models or an architecture that may not adopt built to Indian use cases. Already a lot of other panelist members have spoken about that. Risk of unethical practices like hallucination, misinformation on a large scale, open models are another issue we need to grapple with. Unlimited computational resources in small startups and institutions, which something India Mission is trying to solve, and I'm happy to know that those initiatives being discussed there. And some of the responsible approaches could be like a custom model development, explainable AI, ensure transparency in algorithms, especially for high stakes, efficient models to cater to India's power constrained environments. I hope you understand what I'm talking about. And ethical guardrails play a very crucial role when it comes to ensuring fairness and inclusivity by testing open source models against India specific biases. Open source leverage here, India can contribute to global AI by creating pre-trained models like GPT for Indic languages or agro AI models. I'm just giving an example, and making them freely available for ethical use. Community-based model repositories such as India AI models on Hugging Face can strengthen India's participation, I strongly feel. From a deployment perspective, there are challenges such as lack of robust infrastructure in rural and semi-urban areas, risk of deployment of untested open source solutions with adequate safeguards here, and mistrust in AI solution due to opacity in decision making. And the responsible approaches, decentralized deployment, use edge computing to enable AI in the areas with poor connectivity in terms of real-time disease diagnosis as an example use cases. Ethical pilots is one way of tackling things here, like test solutions in sandbox environments before large-scale deployment. And inclusive design, like ensure AI solutions can handle low-tech user interactions such as voice-based system for non-literate users. Some couple of startups I know in Bangalore, they're trying that. We can leverage, promote deployment tools like centralized AI models via Docker and Kubernetes for small startups and academic institutions. Collaborate on international open source frameworks for scalable and deployment in resource constrained environment is something we can look at. And when it comes to governance and monitoring, some of the challenges we have are lack of robust frameworks for AI accountability and transparency, and ensuring that these models are in place. Open audits could be one mechanism where the open source contributors to document and audit AI code and models for ethical compliance. And there are a lot of automation tools are available now to automate this particular area. And community oversight, build mechanisms for community-driven reporting of potential misuse. That's something India AI mission is looking at seriously now. And open AI registry for Indian open source AI projects, specifying governance, licensing, and ethical guidelines is an idea which is being mooted now, being discussed, like similar to what is there in EU already.
Thank you, sir.
Uh,
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off because we're running short of time, but thank you for that very comprehensive response. I think there are perhaps maybe, I mean, I particularly am not a fan of ethical governance because I think it's just a hard way to solve a problem, and I think some of my co-panelists at least agree with me on that. But coming to you, Sunil, I want to pose the same question to you about actors in the value chain and where responsibility must be accorded, and maybe perhaps you could contextualize this question within a particular scenario, so it's easier for people to understand.
Yeah, the first point I'd like to make is this is a very different type of technology. As in the world of computing, we've broadly gone over three paradigms. The first is a discrete paradigm, where we were looking up values in a table and making discrete comparisons. Then we had the first generation of AI, biometric systems and so on. Those systems were probabilistic systems. They came with two types of errors, type 1 errors and type 2 errors, false positives, false negatives. And now we are in a completely different domain, which we call the non-deterministic paradigm. And here, very strangely, the feature for one user is the bug for the other user. So, for example, in a social media company, where they want to create new and advanced classifiers for speech, one of the uses of an LLM could be to create novel problematic speech or novel violating speech. There is no prohibition under law to use a model like that. There is a prohibition to create a single type of content, which is CSAM. But many other types of illegal content, it's completely legal to create it within your corporation if you have some reasonable use case for that type of content. So that's the first thing I want to make.
Which here would be content moderation, for instance.
Yes, for a content moderation purpose, you have to create illegal content, perhaps. Then, if you look at the question of bias, often a person who wants a particular view or wants to critique a particular view, for instance, suppose you want to debate flat earthers on the internet, you might want an essay on what are the best arguments that flat earthers are using to defend their ideas. That is misinformation. So is that an unacceptable use of the model, or is that an acceptable? Those are the kind of complicated questions we need to deal with in the non-deterministic paradigm. Now the only, since you wanted a analogy, I'm going to take a terrible one from an earlier technology. So all the routers on the planet run on Linux. Linux is an open source project. But if you buy a particular router and if you have some challenge with your particular router, you can't go to the OS manufacturer and say that you have trouble. So liability is always placed closest to the vendor traditionally, to the consumer traditionally in IT systems and ICT systems. Now, if we want to move liability further up into the model developer and so on, we need to ask what those consequences are and how we deal with some of these complicated questions, which is a feature for one user is actually a bug for the other user. So that's all I would say. Thank you.
That was really interesting. One addition there is just one quick addition is even hallucination, for example, is considered obviously a big bug, right? But there are models like which are actually which use that. So there's a crush for SQL paper by IIT Bombay professors. So to do search on a large schema of databases, hallucinating a schema can actually help you find better answers. So another quick example to some really interesting analogies that Sunil had.
I mean, temperature is a feature. So if you want fiction from the model, then are you saying that fiction should be a prohibited use case from the model and so on? So that is where we end up.
And I mean, we recently had a judgment that said that, I mean, related to false speech and false information, that, that no one has a right to the truth. And if you did, and if only true speech was allowed to come out, then we'd have absolutely no fiction. So on that note, I think we're out of time, unfortunately. I'd like to thank everyone for joining us. And also, I'd like to call on the conference organizers.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful session. I would like to invite Mr. Shubham Saran, General Manager, Business Development, Nixie, to felicitate all our speakers. Mr. Sunil Abraham. Mr. Sanket Kashyap. And Ms. Meghna Bal. Yes, and we have the certificates for the online speakers. We would also like to felicitate Mr. Alek Sharan, Mr. Srinivasan R. Gayuvar, and Simha Ramakrishnan R. Gayuvar, and Ms. Swapna Sen. Thank you everyone for such a wonderful session. We'll be meeting in next 15 minutes for our next workshop.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Meghna.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We are starting our next workshop. I would request everyone to please take your seats.
This meeting is being recorded.
Without any further delay, let's start with our next workshop on responsible AI innovation. For this, I would like to invite Ms. Meera Swaminathan from Broadband India Forum to introduce our panel.
A very good morning, everyone. On behalf of Broadband India Forum, I welcome you all to our panel discussion on responsible AI innovation. I'd like to introduce you to a very star-studded panel that we have today. We have the moderator, Mr. Sashank Mohan, who's the Associate Director of CCG NLU Delhi. We have Prachi Bhatia, who's the Public Policy Manager of Meta. We have Ms. Ujjwala Jeremiah, who's the Government Affairs and Public Policy Manager of Google. We have Mr. Venkatesh Krishnamurthy, who's the Country Manager for BSA Software Alliance. And we have Mr. Saurabh Singh, who's the Leader for Technology Policy at Amazon Web Services. I invite you all to the stage. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll just hand over the mic to Shashank to moderate the session.
Thanks, Meera. Thanks everyone for joining us for this interesting conversation. And thanks to all my esteemed colleagues for being on the panel. Really excited for the conversation. I would like to quickly start by thanking the Broadband India Forum. Thanks so much for organizing this panel and for inviting me to moderate this very important discussion. Thank you so much. With that, I'll just set the context for the conversation, give a few opening remarks, and then go to the panelists. So as we all know, India is at this critical junction on AI governance and regulation. Should we let the gates open? Should we focus on innovation and growth and let the private sector and the public sector sort of experiment with AI and go that route? Or should India have a more cautious approach, set the guardrails, ask the private and the public sector to abide by specific rules, and sort of be cautious on innovation? I think and there's the question of the middle ground as well, right? So from that perspective, we also have the India AI mission because it's pertinent to talk about. One thing is that what India should do. We can't stand still. We have to take this opportunity by its horns. And I think it's a good initiative. We'll talk a bit about how these industry leaders that we have as panelists have aligned their goals with the India AI mission. But that's the context for this conversation. Okay, I'll start. I think we have around 45 minutes. I'll start the conversation. Maybe I can start with you, Venkatesh. If you can quickly introduce yourself. And my first question to you is, the BSA has this very interesting AI policy document, right? It talks about harmonization of rules, promoting innovation, protecting and promoting creativity, privacy, transparency. It was a very interesting read. If you can elaborate the broad highlights of your policy document and how it aligns with the India AI mission. On to you.
Hello. Yeah, thanks, Shashank. Thanks for diligently reading the document and making all the notes. Makes my job a little easier. My name is Venkatesh. I'm the country manager for BSA, the Software Alliance. BSA is the voice of the enterprise software industry. We're focused on companies who serve other companies like business enterprise software. So that's my focus. Shashank pointed to a document that we recently compiled based on the work that we've been doing on AI policy I myself have been working on this for a while in my tenure at BSA, so it's been much longer. So it's a compilation of various issues. So to start with, it's on our website for those who are interested. It's bsa.ai.org, so you could check it out over there, or ai.bsa, one of it. So there are 12, so the way we approached AI policy was through the lens of 12 pillars. I won't take you through each and every aspect, but the reason why we are looking at that sort of a holistic approach is AI policy frameworks need to look at fundamentally two aspects. How do you promote creativity, innovation, and at the same time, how do you mitigate the risks? And under each of these two structures, you will have sub issues, right? So for example, it's important to look at privacy, security, international interoperability, risk management principles that companies themselves are using. So those are one aspects to mitigate risks, but also take advantage of creativity and innovation. So that could involve skilling, skill building, investments, newer opportunities. So those are both looked at together in our document. So that's our approach to AI policy frameworks. I think the two aspects I would highlight, which has been integral to sort of our work and also what's going on ground here. So number one is to look at risk management practices or frameworks. So we had put together an AI risk management framework. By that we mean a set of practices companies themselves are already doing or could do to ensure that as AI is developed, deployed, and design, development, deployed, the risk could be significantly minimized. So, and this framework was taken up also immediately afterwards. The National Institute of Science and Technology in the US took up this framework and we inputted heavily into that process. So that's one approach where companies are doing a lot of initiatives. So this recognizes that the government, I'll come to the government of India's approach on this later. So that's one aspect. So what are the risk and mitigation and governance mechanisms that companies are doing and how we could recognize that? That's one aspect of this work. The second aspect is on governments across the world are looking at different models of AI governance. So what we encourage is focus on high risk applications of AI. If you're looking at AI governance models, that could be a starting point. So I think that's kind of a short summary on the two aspects that we focus on in the overall work that we put together. Yeah, I'll come back to it.
You also want to talk about how all of this aligns with India AI mission, or you want to come back to it? Yeah, sure, great. Great, thanks so much. And to you, Ujwala, my next question is, Google has released a report recently on responsible AI development in India. It's a very interesting report, again, highlights the importance of investment in infrastructure, an AI-ready workforce, ensuring that there's AI adoption across all sectors. Would love to hear your thoughts on, what were the key insights and key findings for y'all when you were sort of putting out this report.
Sure. Thanks for the question, Shashank. It's an AI opportunity agenda paper, and last year in November, we rolled out our global AI opportunity agenda paper, which was done by Mr. Kent Walker, who's our Vice President Global Affairs. The idea from that paper was that, yes, these are the three pillars which you've spoken about, and then how do you actually contextualize each of those pillars from a jurisdiction perspective? So the one that we launched this year at Google for India was the AI opportunity agenda paper for India, where we speak to about infrastructure, readiness, training, and all of those other factors. Also would encourage everybody to actually go through it, because I think it is the Bible of all that Google has done and is doing on AI in India. So I think that captures all of that. But I think from the perspective of, and happy to come back later to it as well, what I really want to highlight from that is this paper really showcases the thought leadership that we've had as Google. And AI is not something that is, something that we've started working on in the past 2-3 years when it's become a buzzword, so to speak. The paper talks about something called our flood forecasting initiative. We launched it in India in 2018. That time nobody was even talking about AI, right? And what is flood forecasting and all of that. Happy to come back later, on that.
Feel free to elaborate on it. Sounds interesting.
Happy to do that. So in 2018, we came up with a flood forecasting initiative that was with the Ministry of Jal Shakti. What we did through that initiative was we were taking real-time data during the monsoon season from the Ministry of Jal Shakti. So the data pipeline was coming from there, and that data pipeline basically contained information about water rising in barrages across rivers, which was being monitored, which is monitored by the department, right? What we did was then we applied our AIML models to that and were able to analyze and push notifications to people who were living in low-lying areas where there was a likelihood of a flood coming, and through Android and iOS notifications, we were able to tell those people to move to higher grounds. So this is something we started in 2018.
And this helped with mitigation efforts?
Absolutely. I mean, from then till now, millions. I mean, this year only in double-digit million notifications is what we've done. And we've been doing it since 2018. An initiative deeply appreciated by the Honorable Prime Minister of India. That is something in public domain as well. But just wanted to talk about that because, you know, of course, there is a lot that's happening on AI, but from a responsible AI perspective and what our vision is, it is also sustainability, healthcare, agriculture, and a lot. The paper talks about all those things as well that we're doing. But thank you.
Great. No, that's very interesting, because we talk about AI in an abstract, but it's always interesting to listen to a problem and then a solution that came out of it. So thanks for highlighting that. I do want to come back to you on the second round about, I think what I picked up interesting from your report was, this AI ready workforce bit, especially on, a lot of AI work in the global south especially happens on the annotation bit, right? The sort of low level work. So, how does Google think about the AI workforce? But I'll come back to you. Moving on down the panel to Prachi. Again, Prachi, recently Meta signed this MOU with the India AI mission, right? And it talks about advancement of open source AI, which Meta has led conversations on, and which is such an interesting topic to explore, especially a unique proposition from the industry, right, globally, not just in India. So maybe if you can elaborate on what this MOU was and what was the thinking behind this, and how is Meta thinking about promoting open source AI in India, and how does it all align with the India AI mission?
Sure, thanks so much, Shashank, for the question, and thanks to BIF and the organizers for having me here today. I think so. Specifically for the MOU that you mentioned, we signed this MOU last year with the India AI at METI, and the goal was really to enable and support the research and development in emerging technologies, also enable indigenous applications, AI applications, leveraging open source technologies. Very recently, we announced two critical initiatives under this partnership. The first one is establishment of a Gen AI COE in partnership with IIT Jodhpur. It's called Shrijan. And the second one is Yuva AI Skilling and Capacity Building Initiative, where the goal is really to skill and to train approximately 1 lakh student and youth developers. And the focus here would be open source AI technologies and enabling all of these developers to build real world solutions using open source AI technology. And to the question you asked, how it aligns with the India AI mission. So I think overall Indian government has been quite supportive of enabling open source even before the AI wave came in. So open source has been critical part of the India's overall digital transformation journey, which also applies to AI as well. So the goal of these initiatives are really to boost the R&D in India, to enable skilling, and to ultimately support the India AI mission of developing the indigenous applications which are tailor-made for the requirements of the country. I think a lot of discussions have happened around biases, around how the global north technology doesn't meet the requirement of India. And we at Meta think that open source is one of the critical ways in which the technology can be democratized, and open source in general is a good way to build general intelligence and make the technology available to like a larger pool of resources, and happy to talk about more maybe as part of the ongoing
And
conversation.
like Ujwala did, is there any particular instance that you're already working with? So for example, somebody used Llama, your open source system, try to address a problem, and there was sort of some mitigation efforts or a solution that you can already talk about, some partnerships that you have done?
Yeah, in fact, like a lot of Indian startups have already used Llama to, Llama is Meta's open source large language model to build solutions which are catered to their needs. Kisan AI, Arivahan, like there are multiple startups, and in fact, we recently added Hindi to Llama, but even when Hindi was not added to Llama, Indian startups like Sarvam really took Llama and then they expanded the tokenizer, they brought the language efficiency. So a lot of development is already happening and even improvements. We recently released the latest version of Llama, which is more efficient, Llama 3.3, and it actually enables the performance as close to as a 405 billion parameter model, which really needs a lot of compute. And all of this could happen because the models were open source, and we could bring together the community, bring all the developments that we saw into a more powerful and a more efficient model. And like even with the governments, like we have done a couple of other partnerships as well with the skilling ministry, with Telangana government, with the Andhra Pradesh government to enable Llama for e-governance use cases as well.
Awesome. I do have questions. Maybe we can go into, what does open source AI mean when Meta talks about it in the second round, right? Because I also come from a background of open source software, but what's the difference? So we can come back to that.
Yeah.
But moving on, Saurabh, to you. Again, AWS is a critical stakeholder in the AI ecosystem. Of course, we know. In India, especially, AWS has been leading in the data center conversation since 2016, and offers a wide range of solutions to a diverse sector of clients, right? But one question I have for you is that skilling and skill development has been a particular focus for AWS, as I can understand. I would love for you to elaborate on how you think India can be AI ready when it comes from a skill perspective, and how does AWS and Amazon think their stance on this is in alignment with the India AI mission.
Sure.
Over to you.
Thanks. And before I answer your question, maybe it could be well that I spend a minute on what we do.
Absolutely.
So that gives a context on
That'll be great.
how we are deeply committed to the AI ecosystem, and where do we have kind of deep connects and understanding. So and Amazon, AWS in particular, which I represent, is we define our AI stack into broadly 3 layers. The bottom layer is the AI compute infrastructure. So the compute infrastructure would have chips from NVIDIA or any other accelerators, and they also have our own customized silicon. So we have our own Trainium and Inferentia chip design, which again provides some cost advantages and benefits over the traditional GPU architecture. So that is the bottom layer, the pure compute. And on top of the pure compute, then we have services like what we call Bedrock, SageMaker, which provide access to a wide range of foundational models. So these could be open source models, these could be proprietary models. I mean, we provide access to Llama, we provide access to Anthropic, we provide access to a huge repository of Hugging Face models, and so on and so forth. So basically, AWS works with builders. Builders could be startups, which are our, a very major focus. Then builders could be within enterprise, within MSMEs, within governments, and whatnot. Whoever is innovating, we try and we get feedback and we try to build services for them. So that is the second layer, where we provide access to the foundational models, and where we also have our own foundational models. In fact, we have Titan image generator, then we've recently launched Amazon Nova, which are again from small language models to a large language models. They provide a wide range of services. On top of that, then we have the application stack. Application stack is something like we call it Amazon Q, which is for your own business or is for developer assistance where you could help with coding and things like that, something akin to what Microsoft has in terms of Copilot. So that's the application layer, then that's the platform layer, and the bottom layer is the compute layer. Now we are very much committed to working with the development ecosystem, the developers, and the theme of the session is also very pertinent: responsible AI innovation, right? So the innovation part is where the skilling comes in. Innovation part is where the startup acceleration comes in. So for example, for skilling, we have in 2023, we said that we have our own AI Ready initiative where we will be training 2 million people across the world by 2025 within two years. And India obviously is a major
What does
chunk of
that training mean?
Training means we'll provide access to free courses, we'll provide access to reasonable cost certifications, we'll provide access to in-person mentorship and other kind of workshops, modules, sessions, and so on and so forth. So we do a lot of these engagements with the developer community, with the startup community, and that is the skilling part of the initiative. AI.
I'm a developer and I want sort of access to some of these courses. You're enabling me to advance my skills.
So there are already a lot of free courses available through AWS Skill Builder, AWS Academy, and AWS Educate. There are a number of platforms that we have. So free courses are also available. So, reasonable cost certifications are available. Cloud credits are available, so you can develop, you can take up and develop your own your own projects. Then the third part is the other part is the startup acceleration. So startup acceleration, we launched a huge Gen AI startup accelerator program. In fact, a couple of months back in India, we selected 7 startups, each of whom would be eligible to up to $1 million of cloud compute credits to accelerate or take their startup to the next level, and a lot of mentorship options, a lot of training options. So that is where we are deeply committed and engaged in the ecosystem. The responsible AI part, maybe I can come in the next question, or I can cover it right now. I'm good with that. Yeah.
No, thanks so much for laying that out. That helps me set up the questions, the next set of questions for the panel, because we should talk about AI not in an abstract, right? That it has layers and it is part of a stack. And how do we need to ensure that we are building resilience as a country on each layer? And I'll just jump into the question. So I'll open a broad question to the panel. There is this conversation about building AI sovereignty for India, right? I think it's a very critical question. And the idea is to have an open debate, right? There are no right or wrong answers, as we all know. But how are y'all thinking? How are your organizations thinking about ensuring that India builds that resilience, right? So, and thanks, Saurabh, for laying out, in a basic form, those layers, because as I was saying, we need to build resilience on all of these, right? So one open question is, what do you think, or what does your organization think is a critical component that India needs to focus especially on in the AI stack, right? So for example, some people, I read newspaper articles on some people saying that 10,000 crore investment is not enough to acquire GPUs, for example, right? That's a drop in the ocean. Some people say that unless India has the skill for developers, there's no point of, like, we won't be a resilient nation, right? Some people say that, right, that we need to open source AI, at each layer, we need to make compute capacity, we need to give compute capacity to our startups. So there are a lot of opinions. I don't want to cloud your opinion. My idea is to open up the debate, right? And I can ask you a specific question. If you don't want to address the specific question, that's okay. You can address the broad question. Okay, so I'll come back to you, Venkatesh. I think a very interesting component, it's a fairly advanced audience. I think most people understand stances on privacy, transparency, security. Yes. I think a very interesting conversation that is happening right now, especially in the media space, is the question about ownership of content, right? And in your public document, I did read that you have suggested a very interesting stance. Again, maybe the question I want to ask you is, what are the conversations you're noticing, right? Again, I don't want to pin anybody to say there's A answer that's right, B answer that's wrong, but around the content ownership question, because hey, let's be real, right? With the assistance of AI systems, there will be more creativity. I want to be tech forward, right? Let's talk about 10 years from now. The students who are coming through school will have the option to use these services, and a large number of them are likely to use them. So what are the debates that you're noticing around the question of content ownership?
So thanks, Shashank. I mean, yeah. So maybe I'll get to this question, and then the India AI mission related question, or what's the focus for India, maybe in the second part, right? Uh, so mm, so I think the example that Shashank is mentioned is a good starting point. Today, a lot of students or even creative artists who are helping companies out, there's a very good chance that the first draft that they submit is from an existing AI tool, is an output of an existing AI tool, whatever is available online. So a sense could be they get an output, change it slightly, and then submit it. That's a common practice. Now, how would you look at something like that? I mean, it's a very simple sort of way to position that argument or question, but this essentially cuts to copyrightability of outputs of AI, right? So I think first let me share what our personal, a professional as an organization, what our professional view is, right? So on this issue, what we are looking at is copyrightability of AI works or works developed with AI assistance should be granted, making sure that at least for the aspects where that human element has been involved. So for example, you are putting the code. The code itself is a piece of human creation, and also the work that you might sort of feed into it to get a particular output. So all of that has, it is encouraged in our policy documents. We encourage governments to look at making sure that you can give copyrightability to these works as well. Now, considering a multiple set of factors, right? So what are those factors that would come into play? Existing copyright laws. Now, where do they have to be amended? Now, in case of infringement, we also recommend that existing copyright laws will be able to address wherever those disputes might arise, right? So there are some caveats. The interesting question that Shashank mentioned was where's the debate? How do companies look at it? So the perspective that we come from is predominantly enterprise software. So that means a lot of the data that we are getting are from enterprises who might have already scrubbed the data or taken care of a data fiduciary, or in the parlance of AI, it's the distinguishing factor is the developer and the deployer. So a lot of the data that is coming from the deployer in some cases, or from another. The model has become bigger than just the developer and deployer. It's also, in some countries, they are looking at the question of an integrator coming into the mix, right? So these are debates that are ongoing. So here the situation becomes a little bit more complicated and complex, and that's where I think the questions arise on, where is the data coming from, and how do we know that that particular data has taken care of existing laws and guidelines that different governments have published, right? So I think right now the debate on that particular aspect is still sort of ongoing, right? So that's where the difference is. So to start with, maybe to go back to my point, I think recognizing that using AI tools to generate an output, and then making sure that you encourage rights holder to make sure that if they don't want to be a part of any AI training process, they can opt out of it, build those mechanisms into the mix. So those are the areas that we are currently focusing on. Yeah, maybe I'll give you time to ask questions.
No, and then okay, so I think that's very interesting. There was this example of, I think, this artist in Europe spending 600 hours or something, building prompts on ChatGPT, and then unfortunately, or I don't know, he didn't get the copyright for that work. But that really sparked thinking for me that what if somebody does put in the human effort, right, enough to literally build prompts and build an image which cannot be created, you know, just by like 10 prompts. How do we reward that human effort? Because at the end of the day, IP laws also reward human effort and human creativity. So I think that's the perspective in which I asked you this question, because I don't think there's a very easy answer to that, right? There are obviously camps already. But if I can ask you this question on, are you noticing around the world, are governments receptive? Because I think it's a very interesting suggestion. You're not saying that, you know, an AI is purely making, you are talking about human effort as well, which is what I found interesting. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, how governments around the world, how are they viewing it? So definitely, there are different stakeholders at play, and depending on which country you're looking at, there are initial discussions. So in Japan, Australia, there are particular industries, say maybe entertainment and media industry or others, who might be looking at the perspective as of now quite differently, because the deployment of AI is a lot more in the consumer space than in in like those industries at this stage. So interestingly, some of the countries have put out consultations where they are looking. Japan is one of the leading examples where they are looking at this aspect very closely. How do you ensure that? I think the balance is quite clear, right? So how can you promote the creativity, but at the same time that AI allows, but at the same time look at protecting the existing right holders, and also making sure that some of the risks, which is deep fakes and other issues. So I think there are a set of balancing factors that governments are trying to weigh in. And I think the last aspect that we mentioned already has come out in India, where the government was working quite closely on a deepfake related IT Act amendment last year, and they put it out through notifications as well. So I think those aspects, especially when you come through, I mean, 2024 was billed as the year of elections. When you come closer to election cycles, one particular aspect gets highlighted in a particular country, and that is sort of doesn't help the country to develop a holistic sort of legislative framework. But overall, countries have to recognize the fact that the generation today using smartphones and increasingly tablets for education purposes. You cannot have a policy space where you're discouraging them from using these. So that's kind of the recognition that I'm seeing. But I mean, I would say that they are trying to figure out how to manage the risks.
No, thanks so much for. I think that's very interesting to learn from you. Ujjwala, coming to you, again, coming to the workforce question first, and of course, feel free to take up my broader question on building AI resilience for India. And I think these are tied, of course. I read many books and I read many articles on how, especially in the global south, a lot of, in the promotion of dignified work, there is a lot of data annotation that's happening, especially for training AI systems, for content moderation, for training automated systems on that will be put on cars, for example, right? Identifying, say, hey, this is a street light, to train the cameras, for example. So that's one aspect of AI training. What do you think? For Google, it means in AI ready workforce, right? I'd love to get your thoughts on that. Yeah.
Thanks for the question. I think there are two parts to it, right? There is, of course, a technical angle to it, but then there's more, the broader picture here is how do you make the workforce ready? And the AI opportunity agenda, of course, talks about that, because as Google, we've realized, not just from a global south perspective, from a global perspective, at the pace this technology is developing, you need to have that sort of, workforce ready to be able to actually grapple with what is going to come. So earlier this year,
Sorry, you also mean that, okay, we need to ensure that education happens in a manner that the workforce can participate in the next generation.
Yes, yes, that. So there was an Ipsos survey that we launched, and the report talks about that as well. Is about, and there were various indices on which we had done this survey. One of them, of course, was related to survey of jobs, right? And that is one thing that that's the second part that I'm coming to. The government is also really grappling with it. You talk about skilling, but is that resulting into jobs, right? Because that is another angle. why I talk about these two things is because, of course, as Google, we're deeply entrenched from a skilling perspective, but more so from an AI skilling perspective. And this year at Google for India, we have launched something called our Skill House, AI Skill House, where we have committed to skill 10 million people in India on AI. What does that mean? Of course, again, two parts to it. That is something that we have called Google Career Certificates, which we've been doing year on year, which are certificates that we do. There is skilling, the free skilling that happens, and then we issue certificates. That is how product applications are working, what can you do with those applications and all of that, and that is primarily given to students and children, right? From the skills workhouse, what we're looking to is how do you ensure that the next generation, or I wouldn't say next generation, but the coming generation, which is probably the age group of 18 to 21, how are they being skilled on AI, and how are they ready to actually use these applications, see how their efficiency can actually increase from an AI perspective, and what is actually there, the gamut of, or the bouquet of things that are already there that are taking place in terms of the applications. How can they really use that for their betterment, for development, and also see how would they then position themselves from a job placement perspective. So that is the area that we are looking at. But of course, we are very well cognizant and aware of that there is another age group that you're looking at this point, which is possibly 40 plus, right? Where the concept of job displacement because of AI and the conversations on that are much higher. So as Google, we're still looking at how can we really cater to that segment at this point, but I think that is a larger question that needs to be answered by all of us together, right, in the room, on how do you really ensure that job displacement is minimal as far as that is concerned, and how can skilling actually really work in that space. So yeah.
Great, and do you want to, I mean, I can come back to you, but do you want to address the larger question on what, according to you, is a critical component that India needs to focus on the AI stack to build AI sovereignty, AI resilience, right?
I think AI safety, and that is part of the India AI mission, is there are conversations happening on the AI Safety Institute as well. Right. And as Google, of course, we have a point of view on that. We have a point of view on everything on AI.
Please go ahead, yeah.
Right? But we deeply believe, and very strongly believe, in fact, that when you're looking from a sovereign AI perspective as well, when you're looking to develop something for India, right on top, or the utmost, the thing that should be there should be expertise development. And how do you actually develop experts in India, not just from a center perspective, but sectoral experts who could identify risks, who could really know what is it that they need to really look at. So sectoral expertise development, and that could be your healthcare, agriculture, finance, all these other factors from an India, because it is a very nuanced area, right? It's not from a global perspective. Healthcare, agriculture, finance, there are nuances, there are very local perspectives also that need to be. So how do you really develop that sectoral expertise for India to really be on the map?
No, thanks. That's great, Ujjwala. Thanks so much for sharing your learnings and your experience on that. Are you also talking to industry leaders and sectors, including, I mean, I'm civil society, so including civil society on because the government has its job, right? But as private sector, are you going around these, talking to people, understanding what challenges they have, so that in the broader Google agenda and the policy agenda, y'all at least have those learnings built in? Because I think that that's something very important and nuanced you talk about.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We do have those conversations, Shashank. And, when you're talking about nuances, and as Google, again, want to talk about Project Vani, which is something that we've been doing, and it's open source. I'm sure you're aware of the Bhashani division. Right. Trying to really collect data on languages. Right. Here, right? And then how do we as Google show up? So we launched something called Project Vani, okay, which we're working very closely with the Indian IISc Bangalore. Right. What we're doing is from 773 districts in India, we're collecting data on languages. And that is not just language that somebody is speaking, but also from a contextual perspective.
Right.
So when you talk about, if you're saying something, what is the surroundings that you're saying that in, and then how do you develop that? So 80% of that is already complete, and we've already fed that and shared that with the Bhashini division, and we're still working on a lot more. This is a broader answer to your question, but what I'm trying to get at is Google, we are very well aware of what is happening, what is required, and across our products, if you see, we already have so many languages in India covered. So from that angle, yes, we talk to civil society, we talk to governments, we talk to our counterparts, we talk to the industry, but also internally, we're deeply entrenched, and we always want to work towards the, the local ecosystem that where we're operating from. And this Vani and the data is going to be open source, so it's going to be available for everybody. So there is a lot more other things also, like from an agriculture perspective, what we're doing with Maharashtra and Telangana right now is through AI, we are looking at land segmentation and also seeing which area needs how much water. So how do you then tell farmers what crops to grow? So there are a lot of contextual work also, local nuanced work also, and also when we speak to civil society, when we speak to academia, we have, we were the first people to give a grant to Sirai for the AI responsible AI work. So there is a lot that we do, but
At
also
IIT Madras.
yes, that's IIT Madras. So there is that, and also contextually, if there are things that come to us, or when we we're always open to discussions and ideas from civil society here. And then from a priority perspective, of course, then you have to see how you go about things.
No, thanks so much. I think I really appreciate your point about building expertise vertically and horizontally. Thanks so much for saying that. On to you, Prachi. I think, again, you can take my broader question. And the question I have, I want to come back to you is, as Saurabh mentioned, right, there are these layers of AI, because I think a lot of people don't understand that. Maybe the entire room does, but when I was learning about what AI is, right, I was like, okay, there are these layers, right? You need data, you need compute capacity, you need to train your models on that data, right? You need annotation, you need the code itself, you need to train it, and then etc., etc., right? So when you talk about open source AI from a meta perspective, right? Because you're the leaders on that conversation in the world. What space in the stack are y'all focusing on? And the rest of the stack, it's not your responsibility. You've already chosen a point of view. You've already chosen to be leaders in one sort of sphere. Would love to hear you on that front.
Sure, thanks, Shashank, for the question. And I think the the value chain point was also addressed by Venkatesh while he was explaining, like, there are several layers: dev model builder, then you will have a deployer on top of it, and between a model builder and a deployer, or after the layer of the deployer, now we are also seeing a lot of system integrators to deploy the models and finally take it to the enterprise user, which will then provide the services to the end customer. So definitely at every layer, like, the responsibilities and the roles will be very different. As Meta, obviously we are at, I would say, not only the foundational model layer, we are also deployers of our own foundational model. Meta AI, which is the consumer facing app, is actually built on top of Llama. Llama is the base model. So the responsibilities would obviously be different at each level. Like, just to give an example, along with Llama, we do release a responsible AI checklist and a toolkit for all the developers to basically ensure that they are able to use the model in the way it should be used, highlighting what are the limitations, what are the capacities. We have also released various other tools called Prompt Guard. There is a Llama Guard, which they can finally use to build applications that basically focus on safety and build required guardrails and mitigations as well. So that's definitely a very important component, and I think it's also important as part of the one of the pillars, the responsible AI pillars of the India AI mission, because when you are thinking of any governance framework, the value chain principle becomes very critical, because you cannot place the responsibility of a particular harm on the actor which is actually not responsible or not doing that particular function per se. And broadly, like when you talked about what India really needs to do about the resiliency aspect, I think definitely like uh, a lot has been said about skilling. That's definitely very critical, very important. We are also invested into it. A lot of our initiatives focus on that. The other thing I feel that India should definitely focus on innovation. Like there is a lot of uh, talk about whether jobs will be displaced because of AI, whether people will be jobless. I think that's more of like a global question. But when we talk about India, we are already seeing so many opportunities. Ujjwala mentioned, even like all the panelists on the session mentioned, like we are already seeing so many opportunities. We have seen what DPIs did for India, and bringing AI to the DPI layer and calling it digital public intelligence will be a game changer for India with the digital transformation that we have. So focusing on innovation is definitely critical. Then coming back to the compute question, and that's also an important part of the India AI, one of the key pillars of the India AI mission. So open source in general plays a very critical role in enabling innovation, democratizing access, and some of the issues around limited capabilities can also be addressed by open source. So open sourcing foundational technologies will also be a key enabler for India's success, based on the past journey that we have seen. And again, like from a governance aspect, like Secretary Sir mentioned today, a lot of the laws which we have in present are already covering like various technologies. So definitely the the focus should not be on like technology specific laws, because today we have LLMs, tomorrow we might have something else. So a technology neutral approach to AI governance would definitely be a key enabler to innovation, while focusing on the outcomes and the harms that we want to address. That definitely will be super helpful.
Thanks so
Thank
much for
you.
that. I'll give a few minutes in the end, maybe if we have time, but I'd like to go to Saurabh. Again, Saurabh, um, you can take the question of what you think is a critical component of the stack that India needs to focus on. Maybe, I understand y'all are saying that what India is doing is right already, but maybe we're not thinking about something that we should be, right? I don't know. For example, are we really thinking about ensuring that we have the GPUs we need, or are we thinking about maybe making GPUs in India, right? I mean, there are discussions that India wants to fabricate its own GPUs, but it's a long-term conversation, right? You can't build GPUs overnight. It takes 15-20 years to build this ecosystem. So I'm just prompting some conversation, but do you think there's a component that we're missing?
Look, I think from a headline coverage perspective, I think there are most of the components are in place in the India AI mission. Obviously, what could be accelerated is the implementation, the focus, and one piece that is, I think, will be very critical is the partnership with the industry, and especially because the technology is moving so fast, and the deployment, the access to that technology. Because I would not talk about building, but more I would talk more about access. Okay, so you have 10,000 GPUs here, you would have 10,000 GPUs wherever. I mean, look, if you look from a purely training perspective, if you would want to train your models, okay, the training could be done basically anywhere in the world, right? You put it, you train it, you bring it back. But if you're doing inference, maybe that is where the latency would be more critical, right? If you want to ping the model every time and you do that inferencing, then maybe yes, the compute infrastructure closer to the end user location would be more helpful. But this is all a part of maybe a holistic approach. But the key question is access for your R&D institutes, for your developers, access for your startups, access for your students to the all the layers, and help them build and innovate for the future. Okay, so that is where it becomes critical. So for example, if they want to avail a certain service from that has already been built before. Okay, so they can build on top of it. They need not, go back and build another foundational model. I mean, they can do that. I mean, in specific cases, if they want to build a small language model, or if they want to build a specific kind of a foundational model, definitely for a sectoral foundational model, for definitely, I mean, people can do that. Okay, but some things which are already in place, either the infrastructure or the foundational model access that is already in place, maybe they can then build to solve real world problems that we have been talking about. A lot many customers are now, lot many builders and innovators are now working to solve those real life problems, right? So the foundational aspects are in place, the infrastructure is in place, the critical building blocks are in place. So you can rebuild the building blocks if you don't think that they are kind of, catering to your need. But definitely now you can go in and solve real world problems that will bring real world benefits to citizens. Okay. And access is the one, partnership is the one, scaling is the one that can be more forcefully implemented, and that could be have more impetus behind it, more partnership behind it. That's it.
You're saying we do have the ideas, but we also need to move on to ensuring that those ideas become practice then.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And have a healthy collaboration with the industry, with the
Right.
academia, and with
Right.
everybody. I mean, so that these ideas and these innovations that are happening, they germinate quickly, they accelerate quickly, and they kind of intermingle quickly.
Thanks so much. We're up on 45 minutes. I know we have some minutes for the audience to interact. If you're a developer or you're a content creator, please, feel free to, have a question for our panelists or have a comment. Before that, I just want to close on something that Saurabh mentioned, I think, on a collaboration at the National Law University in Delhi at Center for Communication Governance. We deeply believe in having deep multi-stakeholder conversations where we're dealing with technologies that are unprecedented for our societies, and all of us need to come at it together. Thanks so much to the private sector for leading the innovation, but all spheres of society need to come together and talk to each other, have open and healthy conversations, so that we can build solutions for tomorrow. Thank you so much to the panelists, and I'll open it up to questions. Please introduce yourself and ask a very short question or a comment, please. We do have, Mira, do we have 15 minutes? I'm at 45. 5 minutes we have. Okay, so please keep your question short and introduce yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Nitin Dhawan. I'm either a content developer nor a developer, but it's in context of the innovation in AI space, responsible innovation. I hear a lot of good things happening here aligned with the India AI mission. One of the key things, I'm not sure if that's there in the mission, but concern is the gap between the haves and the have-nots. So I think everything's going to get accelerated, and I don't think India is going to be isolated from whatever pace at which AI is getting adopted elsewhere. But in my view, the responsibility is also in ensuring inclusive growth, which I believe is at a huge risk. Google seems to be doing some great work in terms of getting the applications out there and not just focus on development per se, but using applications to actually create more employability. That's helpful. But in general, what's the view on how can we address this risk of huger gap between the haves and the have-nots, technology chasm or economic chasm, which is likely to be coming because of AI.
Yeah, sorry. I hope you're done with your question. Okay, what I understand is you're asking how to ensure that responsible AI innovation happens in an inclusive manner. Is your question to a particular panelist or the? Okay, great.
Because I think this is a very important question to anybody who's operating in that
Great.
space.
Okay, does anyone want to take that up more particularly? Yeah, sure.
Some of the components have already been mentioned that yes, the pace could be picked up in skilling, the pace could be picked up in access. The gap will, I would say, and at least in India, what we are seeing is that there is a lot of developer interest that is already happening in institutes and builders and at developer forums.
where they have come and they're coming up with unique applications in various domains for end use. It may not be visible that much right now, but a lot of those activities are happening. Yes, from the government side, I would agree a little. The COE, the Center of Excellences that they have promised to set up, that they are planning to set up, and the AI Safety Institute conversations that are happening. I think those will go a long way if those could be accelerated. Those could go a long way in creating that capacity, because capacity building is the crux to solving or going towards solving some of bridging this gap between the have or have nots. Skilling is available, access could be accelerated. A lot of companies are doing on their own. There are a number of skilling initiatives that people have already talked about, and many of them are free and available. But yes, to bring it all together under the AI mission, bring it all together under one umbrella, and then putting more resources behind it, putting more minds behind it, getting the COEs and the academia engagement ongoing. I think that will be critical.
Wanted to add one more point, if I may. So in addition to skilling, I believe R&D is also very critical, because what we are seeing globally is that R&D is ultimately leading into commercialization. And R&D is one area where we should focus more on in India, which could also address some of the gaps that you mentioned.
Thanks. Maybe we have time for only one more question if somebody has. Okay, if you have both the question, we can club it together, take it together.
With the adoption of AI happening, I would like the panelists to highlight some of the key challenges that they have faced in implementing responsible AI across design, development, and deployment. So given that we have Google, Meta, and Amazon on the panel, any specific instances of challenges and how the platforms have addressed those challenges in responsible AI innovation?
I think my question actually just ties into this, which is that what are the frameworks which you have internally in place to enforce your AI policies and then deal with challenges like this? Because, I mean, we know there's been challenges for some companies on that front, but the question is, yeah, do you have ethics boards? Do you have sort of any sort of advisory councils? How do you sort of make sure that, because everyone has policies and principles in place, but how do you then actually make sure that those things are enforced across?
Great. Is your question to a particular panelist or the broad panel?
We've again got representatives from all the organizations
great.
who are doing this stuff.
Please correct me if I'm wrong. We have two questions. One is on the challenges of implementing responsible AI across the stack, and one question on how do you ensure that your own goals and policies on responsible AI get implemented. So, yes, please, Ujjwala, go for it.
Thanks for the questions. So the challenges piece, I think from a Google perspective, what I can say is language has been something that we thought was a challenge. And how do you make your products more inclusive for everybody across the length and breadth of India? So language is something that has been, and what we've been able to do through AI is in Project Vani and across our products is really improve on how our products are in various languages, and also how do we really ensure that there is more inclusivity in terms of making the data that we are collecting open source for people to actually use that and build upon that and create applications. That's the answer to the first question. The second question is Google came up with their AI principles in 2016. Again, sorry not to say that, but not many people were thinking about AI at that point when we came up with our. There are about 11 AI principles which broadly speak about, the do's and the don'ts. There are many do's, but the don'ts there are specifically that we will not, develop AI for warfare, for public discourse, for disharmony in the public, and so on and so forth, and of course promote scientific research, responsibly develop. What we do out of those 11 principles is every year we issue a report which is publicly available for everybody on how our development and our products are meeting. So once any form of application is developed internally at Google, it is reviewed based on those 11 principles. And red teaming happens, and sandboxing also happens to a large extent based on those principles to see before we actually launch it and put it out in the public domain. Internally, we actually review and see whether it is meeting those 11 principles, and then we actually launch them. So the reports are available. It's an annual report that we do. It's in the public domain, and our principles are there. So we have an internal ethics uh, uh, development and principles on which we are actually deploying and developing AI.
So I think the second question that you had asked in terms of tools being deployed, I would point to one initiative that, as BSA, we worked with couple of our member companies, and many here also look at it, is the content authenticity initiative. And basically that's based on a protocol standard, the C2PA standard. I'll go through the abbreviations quickly because of time. So that initiative basically is any company, startup, or otherwise large companies can sign up to that protocol and initiative and use that as a part of their own particular service or product to identify authentic content. So with regards to, say, a video, maybe a watermark or a label is being added, and there is a backend development that companies have to do. If companies are not having the bandwidth, capability, resources to sort of recognize content across platforms, this initiative would help them. So if you sign on to that initiative, and that's had a good success. In fact, earlier in this year, just before the elections, we had invited the member to do roundtables with the government. The government received it quite well in the height of the election season. So this is an example of an initiative which has taken steam by industry coming together with civil society, in fact, news publishers, etc., to promote responsible AI.
All right. No, so very pertinent questions actually, and the thing is that like all of the companies, everyone is doing a lot. In fact, in terms of responsible AI development, us at AWS, we have our own our AI teams, and I think over the past 1 year or so, we have developed 1.5 years, we have developed 70 new tools and features that are catering specifically for responsible AI. Some of them include, guardrails. These include watermarking features. They include things like model evaluation for bias, toxicity. They include putting in filters to what goes in towards the as input to the model and comes out as the output. So filters in terms of toxicity or any sort of hate speech or those kind of contents. So all these developments are happening. I think one very pertinent point was made by my colleague on terms of industry coming together, the collaboration on these initiatives like C2PA. I think those and everybody getting together on the same platform. Other commitments such as White House commitments, or earlier we've signed the Munich Accords that was signed for preventing misinformation. I think a lot of those activities are happening, but yes, getting all of the industry together on committing to certain work and certain principles and then moving forward, I think that is very heartening to see, and that and the challenge will remain to get more people on the same bandwagon and work on those same principles. So I think that's what I wanted to add.
Great. Prachi, if you have anything to add? Okay, you covered. Okay. Okay. Thanks so much for a great conversation, and we're up on time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sorry, just 1 second. Thank you so much to all the panelists for attending this session. On behalf of IIGF, we have Mr. Shantanu Acharya, who just wants to give a small token of appreciation. Yeah, to Ujjwala. Prachi. Saurabh? Venkatesh? And Shashank. Thank you so much for taking your precious time to come speak at this panel discussion here. Hope you have a good day, and thank you so much to the audience as well. Can we stand together for a photo? And sir, I invite Anil sir also from BIF and Umang sir also from BIF to stand.
Thank you, everyone. I would request you all to join our main panel in MR19 on role of multi-stakeholder community to build a digitally empowered
software projects, it's almost impossible per se to have those same expectations of open AI models or open source AI models. And some of the things that come with open AI models today, for example, Meta publishes an 80-page scholarly paper along with the release of 3.2 and even earlier versions of Llama that we don't have of open source developers. We don't insist that open source developers publish scholarly papers explaining their approach, etc. So some of the expectations we have of open AI, we don't have of open source, and some of those expectations don't neatly sort of transplant over to AI. Back to you, Dhruv, and thanks for that question.
Thank you, Sunil. I think you're right. I think fundamentally the conception of AI and either analytical or generative, correct, stands very different than what we traditionally understood by open source when it came to software. When I look, obviously, from a definitional aspect, when I look at it, correct, I look more from a characteristic aspect, whether there is collaborative innovation that is possible, whether there is extendability, whether there is an attempt where concentration of power can be sort of decentralized per se, correct? So I get your point. When more than definition, we can look at the characteristics that are on offer. From this, this was more on definition, but I want to move on to slightly macro level conversation, and I want to ask General Anand. General Anand, you have been working very closely for informing government's view on some of these critical technology aspects. My question to you is that from an international perspective, correct, what do you believe the government stance is on this specific issue?
Thank you, Dhruv, and a very warm shout out to my co-panelists. I wish I could have been there. I seem to be missing out on a really interesting set of discussions with all of you and with the rest of the IIGF going on. So let's look at the evolving landscape as far as India is concerned and correlate it with what's happening globally. I mean, India does look at, we've got a huge set of data sets lying all over the place in India, if I may put it that way. There's so much data that we could actually, we are holding it in small places. We are not able to put it together in a cogent manner at the moment, but there's a huge attempt going on, put everything in place. And we also have to look at it from the point of view of the fact that we don't have our own foundational models in terms of large language models. So when we look at the policy landscape, while we are getting involved with a large number of institutions which are looking at a common framework for AI across the globe, we ourselves need to get our act together. When it comes to the security aspects, we've got involved with the GGE, the group of governmental experts, which comes under the CCW, the Convention for Certain Weapons in the UN. And we in India look at that as as the most important platform from which we can discuss issues to regulate AI, especially in the military domain. Yet, we have to be very careful when we look at the policy landscape. Lately, you would have heard about a framework which has been worked out between the US, the UK, and the EU, with about 50 odd countries getting onto an AI framework. Either we get onto such a framework and become a part of it, wherein there's a lot of sharing of information and sharing of data would be required. On the other hand, we have to look at, and then we can make use of a lot of open source AI, where we could actually ride a lot with the others. For that, there would have to be a lot of collaboration, as you had mentioned earlier, and maybe we could also co-develop certain models with specific countries. On the other hand, should we not be a part of this, then we would be, there's every chance of us kind of getting left out, as was done during the free data flow, Osaka Declaration, which took place a few years ago. And we didn't even have have our DPDP in place. So we have to guard against these issues. I would say that our main stance at the moment is that we have to ensure that although we do regulate AI at the global level, we must not stifle innovation. And that for us is critical in India. If industry has to use it, if we have to use it for the public good, AI for all, AI for good, then certainly we would also like to be a part of the regulatory framework. But in case that doesn't happen, then we need to find ways and means of dealing with the narrative at a global level. For that, interestingly, I did attend the Responsible AI in the Military Domain Summit in Seoul, which was held just about a couple of months back. We do believe in that. We've signed in that. China hasn't. But at the same time, we would like to also be a part of the global south. We would actually like to be take up the leadership of the global south, perhaps, in framing a regulatory framework that differentiates between innovation and a very stringent set of compliances. And this is the difference between how the Western world looks at regulatory frameworks and how the developing world looks at it, including the many parts of the APEC. So I think this kind of outlines the stance that we have for the policy framework, and I hope we should be able to work something out. Back to you, Dhruv.
Thank you, General Anand. I have another question for you. I'll come back, circle back to you. That's more nuanced. But what I picked up from your sort of answer was that, while India would love to collaborate on international sort of fora, different forums, etc., correct, and approach it because you don't want to miss the bus like in the earlier revolutions. There are certain interests that we have in place and we need to figure out how to protect those interests or rather promote those interests. So that's one bit. The other is your view on global south, which I think I'll go back to the cat mix very soon and ask that a question related to that. But because since you have already talked about in international forums and how to collaborate on it, I want to go to Nish first. Nish, from your experience and also from your viewpoint, how do you think these global forums and mechanisms could be structured or leveraged, correct, to sort of ensure a thorough dialogue and equitable dialogue which can result into a responsible and inclusive development of open source AI generally?
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Dhruv, and thank you everyone here for inviting me. It's wonderful to be on the panel. So when it comes to how we can foster effective collaboration, I suppose Australia's always been very much about a multi-stakeholder approach. So that includes governments, of course, but industry, civil society, academia, these kinds of conversations are exactly the kind of thing that we want to see as much as we can in all types of multilateral fora. And I suppose one thing to note on that is the multitude of multilateral fora we have on this, right? There's 120 multilateral forums on AI, my last count. So we're talking, of course, UN, but then, we've got the G7 Hiroshima AI process, we've got GPay, we've got, within the UN, we have UNESCO, the high-level legal advisory body on AI. So it's just a plethora of possible ways that we can talk about AI, including open source AI. So there's a real tendency with new technologies for states to instinctively ask for something new, a new mechanism, a new forum. But I think what we encourage, and I personally encourage as well, is how can we best use what we already have? So with the UN, what we encourage is what we call a network approach. So how can UN bodies, for example, help those smaller, perhaps plurilateral mechanisms to coordinate, to avoid duplication? And I'll give a shout out there for non-multilateral partnerships as well. So really looking carefully at the bilateral piece, because that's where, at least in my experience, we can get true partnerships between researchers, between innovators, between industry. And so I think that's, in my view, at least something that we really need to be careful about, not to avoid this tendency to centralize in the UN, and also to avoid calls for more mechanisms. Because quite frankly, yes, states are custodians of these multilateral bodies, but the expertise on AI and open source AI does not rest with people like me, right? We're policy people, we're lawyers, but it rests with like my fellow panelists here who understand the technology, understand the risks, and can help guide policy conversation for states.
Thank you, Nish, for that answer. I think like open source we were talking about, correct, that it has to be distributed while it has to also be inclusive. I think that's also what we need from multilateral forums as well for the conversations to go ahead, correct. And another point that I picked up from what General Anand talked about was the stance or the view that we have to take for the Global South's interest. And for that, I have a question that I want to ask both Professor Chetan and also Sunil. The question is that, does open source AI development carry some opportunities for bridging the compute capacity and the capital shortfall that exists in the global south, correct? And how can government and industry play a role in bridging those gaps? So if Professor Chetan can answer, and then Sunil also, I would love to hear your views on this question.
I think before I could just answer that question, I'm feeling that that we are saying a particular word, but I think in an audience or in the panelists, we are sort of implying another word. So I'll just take a slightly bird's eye view and just make that clear, and then I'll come back to your answer, to your question. So there is a tradition. There's an open source that we mean in the traditional sense. So when there is, let's say, if I take an example, there is a bank portal that is being made. So somebody gives me a source code. So that's one kind of source code that we understand. And then in the case of AI, I think what so we were hearing earlier also, the open source sort of becomes a little ambiguous word or not very well defined word, because the nearest that I can go into the traditional open source is that all the model weights are available. Okay, so that's the nearest to that the source code is available. But in terms of its implication, the implications are not the same now. So I'll just take an example of, let's say, an aircraft engine. So somebody supplies me an aircraft engine, I can use it. Does it allow me a way to rebuild that engine? No. So I'm able to use that engine as much as I want, but I'm not able to create that engine again. In the traditional software systems, when a software is given to me, I can actually work further on it, I can develop further on it. In the AI sense, when a model weight is given to me, the moment just take an example of the engine. So the moment the engine supplies goes off, I'm off. So the open source is not the regular open source that we mean, let's say, in the software, the traditional software context. So that's what we have to very much understand. And I think many of the implications that we are talking about will actually stem from this difference that I would like to say. So now coming back to your question, so that's why I would rather say not the open source because of this ambiguity. Rather, I would use the word offline and online. So there are certain models that I can use offline in my premises. There are certain models that I have to send online, sort of the data that I have to send. So because the open source is not really a very relevant word. I mean, even if I give an open source, it does not really mean anything. So there are online models and there are offline models now. Now in the online models, I'm giving away the data. I mean, let's take an example of the OpenAI. So you give the data to the ChatGPT gives an answer. And offline model, maybe I can just take a Meta's Llama example. So you can take the model in-house, you give the data, so the data is not really going outside. So that's the difference now between the online and the offline model. So I'll just now rephrase your question. Does the offline model have any compute advantage or the advantage for the global south? Yes, definitely. I think this was perhaps said by the Nandan Nilekani also. So he was talking about, do I really need to get into the arms race of developing the new model? I think it was said earlier also that, let's say I take so much exabytes of the data and so much petabytes, petaflops of the compute to really train a particular model. Now, do I really need to repeat it? Maybe one argument could be that, yes, I don't really need to repeat. Let's just use as much as you can. So the Meta is releasing something, let's use that. Why to repeat that? That's one aspect of the story, and I think that's well taken. So between an online model and offline model, if I were to choose, I'll say offline model is good because I'm not giving away my data. But there's another aspect of it which which I think Professor Dr. Anand was trying to mention. So there's this strategic aspect of it also now. Can I really say that I won't build my engine ever and I will keep on using? So that has a strategic implication of its own. So while the offline models are definitely good, we should try to use them, leverage them as much as we can. But I would also not go completely into the Nandan's camp and say I should not be building my own LLMs. So there is a strategic need that we should have this capability and we should be doing that. But maybe not for everything and each and everything we should be sort of trying to develop our own offline model for the same purpose.
Thank you, Professor Arora. I think this is something that when we started the conversation, this is something that I was trying to say, that there is this active debate. And I think for ease of communication, I think we are using the term open source AI, and there's still debate to sort of supply to that nuance. But I get your point that we can't understand it the same way we used to understand open source software. I do understand, and that's what I was trying to hint at when we were talking to Sunil, that the characteristics of it in terms of fine tuning, having access to weight, correct, taking it offline, as you said, that gives us a lot more sort of decentralization in application of it. So I'll take your permission to keep using that term for now for this panel's purposes, and we'll definitely, when we have a readout of this report, we will bring out these nuances to say that yes, there's a debate around this topic as well. Sunil, very quickly, I know.
Can I just
Yes,
pose another small caveat in between,
sure, sir.
Dhruv, before Sunil comes back? And so just to go back to what Dr. Arora said, and I just want to bounce it off him. So I think the way forward for us, what worked out was, especially for us in national security perspective, was that we start working on SLMs initially using the models that we already had. But that does not stop us from going at top speed to develop our own LLMs as well, so that we have the independence from them at some stage, so that the plug doesn't get pulled out on us. So, one is a plug getting pulled out on us from the technical point of view. The other is from a compliance point of view as well. So we need to have the options open to us. And would that work as a strategy? I mean, looking at the outcomes that we are trying to get out of this discussion, would this kind of gel with you technically?
Sure, sir. Yeah. So, Sunil, we'll note down the question from General Anand, and maybe we can discuss it in just in a couple of minutes. But Sunil, your response, so you can respond to Chetan, sir, also. But my question again, from the global south perspective, I definitely want your view on that.
Yeah, so very little to add to what Dr. Arora has already covered. I think I'll just give a personal anecdote. I got my first computer, a 386, in 1993. I used to do desktop publishing at that time. In CorelDRAW, I used to move a bitmap from one side of the page to the other side of the page. Full utilization of CPU and full utilization of memory of my 386 in 1993. Today, the average phone which is available for Indian users below the $100 price point is something like 1,000 times faster than that 386 that I had. And that on that device, we are not doing as much utilization of CPU and memory. Lot of unused compute capacity on distributed. And as Dr. Arora has pointed out, if you get a 1 billion parameter model, or Meta has another series of models called mobile LLM, some of those models are just 128 MB. So even if you are in a part of India where you don't have the internet, to have this zip file of the internet to use, I mean, it's a very useful upgrade, I think, for the whole country in that sense. Very quickly, to respond to a couple of points that Dr. Arora had raised, I think, sir, just like software, we have this concept of reproducible builds, where we use the source code and we confirm that there is no backdoor or some kind of marginal advantage or disadvantage that the author has over the user. I think in the paradigm of non-deterministic computing, that kind of logic sort of falls, which is we're not in the space of reproducible builds. So I sort of wonder whether that's the right way to look at this. And I wonder, sir, to what degree you believe that pre-training an existing model helps mitigating some of those risks? Perhaps speaking to the question that Major General is also asking in terms of what if the plug is pulled out? Do you have to start from zero, or is there some other place that you could get started from?
Correct, sir. If you
I think that's what I was perhaps trying to mean earlier also. So to me, the sweet spot is not on the two extremes, but somewhere in the middle. So we don't have to really start building up our own LLMs for each and every application that we wish to build. But at the same time, we should also have the ability, and I would say that this ability actually is multifaceted. I mean, this ability means the memory in terms of ingesting that much data. I mean, having that data on the stuff. Then similarly, having the compute power, having the right set of engineering resources to be really able to carry it through. So it's not that if I decide today that, okay, tomorrow I want to build an LLM and then suddenly I will be able to do it today. So it will require many years of really effort to really do that. I mean, so it's not magically happen. So we have to keep investing into that capability because it's going to be strategic. So we have to invest into that capability. But at the same time, from the efficiency perspective, we need to have, we should be able to exploit or leverage the models which are offline, or let's say the open source which are available to us. So I think so both of yeah.
I think what I picked up, and I want to go to Professor Bhatt very quickly. But what I picked up from what Sunil said and what Chetan said, that in probabilistic computing, I think we have to have a slightly different conceptualization of how we view it. But what I pick up from Dr. Arora is that we need both the capability. While we leverage, let's say, open source AI, etc., but we need to have certain capabilities in our back pocket as to leverage it in the long term. Correct. And I think that's a very balanced view because it's not a binary decision per se. Dr. Bhatt, while we have heard a lot of things in terms of how we should approach open source AI from a development perspective and sort of building our capacities thereof, and we know that there are great things about open source AI, or correct, or offline AI. What Professor Arora said, that there is high transparency. We know the weights. There is extendability, etc. But there are concerns also in terms of about biases, about cyber security, correct, about dual use, etc. Correct. In from that perspective, I want to know that how do we, from a regulatory perspective, if you want to talk about that, how do we balance the promotion and innovation in open source versus addressing the risk that comes with an open source framework?
Yeah, thank you so much, Dhruv. Thank you, India Internet Governance Forum and IIGF. Thank you for having me here. Your question, Dhruv, from a regulatory perspective is very important for policymakers, for lawmakers, and for LEAs also. Because coming from a legal background, once the technology is there, we know that open source AI is here to remain. It has been introduced to the world, right? And it's a fantastic innovation, and that it has been made to all. It has to be made open to all. How would it be made open to all? If we ensure certain basic principles, transparency, accountability, mitigating bias, all those things, right? Across all sectors, ensuring that we take care of cybersecurity, we take care of legal compliance, we take care that innovators, developers, AI deployers, they ensure that there are no data breaches, there are no misuses. But the real problem remains, especially for a country like India, where there's so much of diversity, right? Whether the main objective behind introducing and innovating open source AI has been accomplished or will be accomplished or not. That is, that it should be used by general masses. The benefits of open source AI should reach general masses, right? It should be available to all. How do we ensure that, while ensuring at the same time that there are no misuses? So certainly there are many legal challenges which law enforcement agencies are facing. First thing first, there's a gap in the law. There's no law on specific AI also, on closed AI also for that matter, in simple terms, right? In India, there's no legal or regulatory framework. All we have is IT Act. We're just trying to import provisions from here and there and trying to apply to those situations. So first we need is a specific legislation or a regulatory or a policy framework, or minimum at least a strategy on AI, on artificial intelligence, and then apply it to different aspects of OpenAI to ensure that misuses are minimal. So taking a lesson from other countries, because it's a global concept, right? So what EU is doing and what US is doing and probably what other nations are doing, open AI, open source AI should be least regulated, because if you want to ensure its availability and uses to the masses, it should reach the masses, then it should be least regulated. However, there has to be a bottom line. So when it comes to those misuses, data thefts, data breaches, we have to be very sure that the law enforcement agencies, regulators, they put their foot down and do not allow any kind of misuse. So such provisions have to be incorporated in the legal provisions, right? Probably, I'm much impressed with what EU has done. I'm not saying that's a perfect legislation or regulation, but there are loopholes in their regulatory aspect also, right? They have not covered, for that matter, AI for scientific research and development, open AI, which promotes scientific research and development. But there's a huge potential for misuse of such open AI source as well. So we need to identify gaps, we need to identify loopholes, and make sure that our regulations well cover these aspects also. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatt. I think, again, I'm falling back to a conversation we had a few months back when MHA, we were in a conference with MHA when we were talking about how AI talks in front of law enforcement, also in relation to national security. And this is exactly the conversation that we learned, that from a national security perspective, there were these conversations as to, how much do we understand it, how do we regulate it, if at all, and, which model is great. And the whole debate about sectoral regulation versus a horizontal regulation. And I think, obviously, we have talked a lot generally in other conversations about responsible AI, and the regulation should look at a responsible AI while balancing innovation. So I think I do take your point in sense, that there has to be certain principles that have to form the bedrock of such regulations, and that's from a domestic view that definitely makes sense. And I'm going to Nish, generally Nish. So while we are talking about responsible development of AI, responsible AI, whether from regulation or otherwise, correct? How do you think, and you have already dealt with it a bit, but how do you think international organizations, specifically like UN or other organizations, can be leveraged, bringing different stakeholders, which you said that should be done, correct, to have that responsible AI development framework in place, so that it doesn't happen so there are people, proponents will say EU model is a great model. Some people say that's not the way that we should go, correct? Sectoral is a way to go. So what we have figured out is that there is a need at international level. When we talk about responsible AI, there needs to have a conversation. And how do you think these international organizations can come in and sort of lessen this divide in the conversation?
Thanks, Ruv. It's an interesting conversation because, or an interesting question, because I suppose there's two parts to that. There's how do we make the conversation more meaningful and better, and then also what perhaps international organizations should or shouldn't do about it. And so I'll try and go with the conversation piece first. So if any of you have been involved in international organizations or these conversations, you'll know that the deliberations go ad nauseum, right? Like you have delegations, states upon states, delivering these interventions that have been pre-written, probably don't even make sense to the discussion at hand. And so it's hard at times for it to feel meaningful. And one thing when it comes to multi-stakeholder conversations in these UN fora or in other fora is what I find really helpful is the people-to-people connection. So to the extent that a state can enable non-state actors on their delegation, for example, that's where I see some of the most meaningful conversations happen. So, for example, General Anand mentioned the GGE in the CCW on autonomous weapon systems. So as part of that delegation, where we can have professors like those on the panel here or other experts, they often have conversations with other state delegations. And that's often where the conversations and the breakthroughs really happen, at least in my view, observing as a state member. The other piece are, for example, fellowships. So in the cyber dialogues that we've had on in the GGE, but then subsequently the OEWG, we have Women in Cyber Fellowship. This brings women from all over the world, the Pacific, South Asia, Africa, Latin America, together to essentially skill up on diplomacy. But what happens is that these are often technologists. They're not diplomats by training. And so that's the people who actually have really meaningful conversations of what it means for the Global South in particular to enable and have a meaningful voice in these conversations at the global level. Now, when it comes to perhaps what these international organizations should do, I'm reminded of the Dag Hammarskjöld classic quote, right? We prevent hell, not make heaven. And so often I think it is very much about state expertise and sharing that expertise. Perhaps it's a bit too much of a strain on the multilateral order, especially in the current geopolitical climate, to be hoping for some kind of global convention that will regulate AI. But I think what we can do is have a very meaningful conversation about it, and then inform our respective states to enable innovation, to ensure that there's security and safety and privacy baked into open source AI. So a few thoughts. I'd be interested to hear what you think too.
Thank you, Dinesh. I think that's a relevant sort of a message that, while we have expectations from multilateral organization, correct, and international multilateral organization like UN, they are great at conversations, not necessary that we can force them to build conventions and a binding obligation. However, though there's not enough time, I would have definitely wanted to go to conceptions like AI safety institutes, where there's massive amount of leeway that we have in terms of having multilateral collaboration on how to create responsible and safe AI, correct? So, and if we find time, and if in your closing remarks, if people can pick it up, that how safe AI safety institutes could be that platform on which we can have these conversation about responsible AI. Before I move on, I want to ask General Anand the specific question. I know, General Anand, you deal with macroeconomic and macro level conversations on critical and emerging technology, but because of your illustrious career in defense, I want to ask, and it's just out of curiosity, especially open source AI or AI generally, what are the defense-centric use cases that you see that Indian government or India should definitely look at, correct? And if you can figure out if there are any dual use sort of technologies that we can leverage from specifically from national security and defense perspective. So I think you're on mute, or we can't.
Yeah, sorry. So if I look at the use cases, I mean, I can go on and on for use of AI and open source AI also in the military domain. But the only thing that comes in is national security. So we are looking at, in the immediate term, we look at ISR, which is intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance requirements. This could be based on many systems. Could be a drone, could be a reconnaissance vehicle, could be a robotic vehicle, could be anything. Advanced decision-making systems which would be brought into place. Well, this is something, if it's within a closed loop, we could definitely use open source as well. Predictive maintenance, for example. So you could be able to work out when exactly a failure is going to happen in a particular piece of equipment or in a particular, a metallurgical component, for example. In the medium term, we would be looking at semi-autonomous weapon systems, semi-autonomous drones for tactical operations, but definitely we would also have to use AI for cybersecurity. This is something that probably only technology will lead. So if AI brings in problems for cybersecurity and makes it easier for the attacker, only AI will be able to cut against them for defensive operations. And we all know the defender's dilemma is so huge when it comes to cybersecurity. So AI has a huge application there. Of course, in the long term, we'll be looking at fully autonomous systems, and there's a lot of discussion going on laws, lethal autonomic weapon systems. Part of it was there at the REAM, part of it is there at the GGE. There's also a large-scale strategic decision-making program which could be done. We could use it for wargaming. And when we come down to in the long term, or maybe even in the medium term, for immersive training, we could use augmented reality or virtual reality platforms for this. But for all of this, what I do see is the problems in terms of compute speeds, because this is something we'll really need to build up on. We also need to be able to put together our data sets and carry out the pre-training as fast as we can. So this is another issue that we face. And when it comes to open source AI, we'll have to be very careful whom we collaborate with. So there's that huge risk over there that data could get leaked out, data could get poisoned. So this dilemma between how much data has to be shared for training and how much is synthetic data that we could use for this dilemma remains with us. So these are the few of the cases and a few of the dilemmas that we face over here in this domain. And we're making some progress. We are actually interacting with a number of agencies to get some of the open source AI into play. We have an AI cluster which is located in Delhi, which is going to be looking at the development of AI and also the application of AI in the military domain. So all of this going on as far as the national security aspect is concerned. But all of this will finally also have to get looped in for various national projects, for example. So the moment you put IoT onto, let's say, handling the release of water from a dam, for example. I mean, if that is going to be done through IoT, you'll need cybersecurity. So national security has many other aspects, and we'll have to keep a track of that when we use different open source AI models. Yeah, back to you, Dhruv.
Thank you, General Anand, and I think we need uh, a separate session on this, and we'll definitely, we were already working on with Professor Bhatt, etc., on how these AI generally and also open source can be leveraged for law enforcement, national security, or defense. And maybe we will love to call you again once and pick your brains on this topic on a different session. But moving very quickly before I open the stage for the panelists to give their closing remarks, I just wanted a quick response from Professor Bhatt. Professor Bhatt, you know, one of the issues in AI generally is of liability, attribution of liability. And when it comes to open source, when there is a lot of things that you can tweak based on weights that you get, fine tuning, etc., the question of liability attribution just sort of increases in intensity, correct? From that perspective, we can get your 2 cents. How can we look at liability attribution when it comes to open source?
Yeah, that's a very difficult question, Dhruv. Especially when we don't have a legislative or regulatory framework on AI. Where do you fix their liability? Right? So that's a very difficult question to answer as of now. But this is for sure that we need some framework to determine liability, right? AI and open source AI particularly is a wonderful technology, as I said, right? And it's a concept where technology is democratized. It's for everyone. And here, when you have to determine liability, you need to probably adopt a layered approach, see who all are the people who are involved in the entire process. There are deployers, there are manufacturers, there are developers, there are distributors, and then there are users. So upstream and downstream, who are those people who fall in these categories, and accordingly determine their liability for any kind of misuse, right? So there cannot be a concept of absolute liability here, right? Because we need to give them that kind of levy for innovation, for boost, for encouraging innovation and, you know, growth. But at the same time, we need to draw a bottom line. And in case that bottom line is breached, the LEA should know whom to catch hold of, whether it is the user in the downstream this thing, or it is the manufacturer deployer, and accordingly fix their liability in the existing legal or regulatory or whichever legal regulatory framework which will evolve in future. So in case if we are coming up with any AI regulation in future, another 10 years or so, we should first take care of that portion, right? But it's very clear for LEAs to know how to make them liable for any kind of violation of that bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So I know we sort of spent some time initially in the session fixing the tech glitches, and what Nish very rightly said, that it's always interesting to see tech glitches in a tech conversation. But I'll just take 5 more minutes. We'll run a little over time for 5 minutes, and I'll open the sort of the panel for the closing remarks very quickly for 1.5 to 2 minutes, correct? In short, as to anything that you want to add to the conversation from anything that we discussed today, or any thought that you have you think is pertinent right now. What I'll do is I'll start with Nish. If Nish, you can take a first crack at it. Yeah. Thank you.
I mean, in the interest of time, I'll keep it really short. Because you asked about AI safety institutes, in short, they're great. Love them. I think we're strongly supportive of there being such institutes domestically, and on the conversation of multilateral fora, there is an international network of AI safety institutes that met in November this year in San Francisco, and we encourage as many countries as possible to be part of that and join that network.
Thank you. Sunil, you want to respond?
Yeah, again, I want to sort of go back to AI as a complex supply chain where there are certain foundational building blocks, and I want to use a Meta open source project called Segment Anything to illustrate what I mean. So Segment Anything is basically a model that can draw polygons around discrete objects in a video file or an image file. And you can have multiple applications. For example, the Brain Institute in IIT Madras, they're using it to map the human brain. You could have an influencer in a slum using it to do chroma key effects, which was only available to fancy Bollywood studios. Or you could also use it in war, for instance, as Major General had pointed out, a computer vision system looking at various polygons on the battlefield, right? So if in advance you want to fix liability on such a model where the model maker has no idea, the model maker only knew that they're drawing discrete polygons. I have no idea who is drawing polygons for what purpose. It's very hard question to deal with, and it will put an end to foundational science if we put liability too early on the supply chain.
Professor Chetan, you want to?
I think so. The only message perhaps that I would like to send, if it has not already been gone, is that AI, whatever you want to talk it online, offline, is a wonderful technology. It's a disruptive technology, and when I say the disruptive, I really mean it in the sense that the way we are used to do our work today, and I'm talking about from, let's say, bottom to up, all kinds of work that you can think, is likely to be impacted by the AI. So let's use that as an opportunity that we can increase the efficiency at the unprecedented level, whichever use case that we are talking about. And at the same time, as General Anand was also trying to say, it's going to increase the efficiency on both the side of the good people and the bad people. And we have to be aware in that terms also that we have to keep our guards open, that while my efficiency is increasing, the rogue agent's efficiency is also increasing at the same time. So let's just be aware of that, but let's make best use of the technology that is available.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Bhatt.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll repeat myself. I think the technology which we know of today is nothing before technology which will come 50 years from now, right? So we need to be sure where are we heading towards and how we are shaping it. That's first thing. We need to be sure whom are we creating this technology, developing this technology for, who are the beneficiaries and whether the benefit is reaching them or not. That's number two. Number three, the responsibility to ensure this is not just on policymakers and lawmakers, but also on technology developers. Right? So all of us have to work together collaboratively on this. And lastly, on liability, I think I agree with Mr. Ibrahim that it's a little early, in fact, too early to talk about liability in case of open source AI. And they should generally be exempt from liability. Otherwise, we would hinder innovation growth and other things. But at the same time, there should be no tolerance towards violating the bottom line. I think that's the message which I would like to give. Thank you so much.
And last but not the least, to close the discussion, Major General Anand, if we can have your views. So you're on mute, sir.
Yeah, sorry again. So yeah, two quick points. The first I would say is there's whenever we talking about open source AI to be used anywhere now in our country, we should be looking at transparency as one of the basic tenets. So whether we talk about explainability, interpretability, reliability, whatever, accountability, whatever you want to bring in, transparency is the bottom line. And once we have that, I think open source AI definitely would have to be used quite extensively by us. On the other hand, I also feel that, and that's the second point, that the government needs to work out some sort of a strategy where we are able to define where From the point of view of security, we keep in mind where all open source AI can be used and up to what limits. If we could, I mean, it can't be defined very, very clearly, but we could put broad guardrails as to where it could be used and then where we would go in for in-house solutions. So these are the two things I would like to emphasize. Thank you, Dhruv.
Uh, Thank you, General Anand. I think we are at the close of this session. Very quick round of thank yous generally. What we can do is, I don't know if Anandita, we have time for questions or one. Okay, fine. So I'll go with the round of thank yous after a couple of questions. So.
I mean, even the closed AI, you can still have your data open source. So I'm not able to quite understand all this, hoopla about open source AI and this discussion really. So that's one, Dr. Chetan, because I think you'll be able to respond to that. The other one is also about when you said there's a need to accelerate, the development and do all of that. The topic is also about inclusive growth. And my sense is that the way AI is positioned today, if it's continued to grow unabated, there's going to be a huge gap, which will widen between the haves and the have-nots. So there is a need for governance there. And my understanding also is that some of the giants in the space say that AI is today at a level 1 amoeba. And it's not going to take 50 years for us to see the sea change. The next 5 years is going to be a huge change which is going to happen. And instead of trying to regulate it, my sense is that there is a need to stay ahead of technology. So what we have been doing so far is we react to whatever happens worldwide and say, this has happened, so we should control it. There's a need for anthropologists, for social scientists to actually predict what's going to be happening to AI in the next few years and have regulation framework which helps to drive an inclusive growth. So I see a lack of conversation in that space, as far as the AI governance is concerned. See, I think I can answer the first part and maybe I'll leave the second question to Professor Bhatt. So I think it goes back to what I was trying to say earlier. What really is open source AI? And I think I'll try to even connect again to what Professor Anand was saying. So let's say if I were to have a reliable software system, okay, so AI is also a software system. Now, I would have said that if it was a traditional software system, if you give me the open source, I will be able to detect if there are any trapdoors in it, if there are any trojans in it. Now, if you say that, I mean, as Sunil was saying, so the meta gives me a 140 billion model. These are 140 billion weights, or it's say that you give me an input data point, I'll do 140 billion multiplications, additions, and then I'll give you an answer. Is there a way for me to even know if there is a trapdoor in it? I can easily set up the trapdoor in it and give you the 140 billion model, and you have absolutely no way of knowing it. So when I say open source AI, I would like to be very clear that I do not imply more than I'm trying to say. So the open source software to me implies a certain thing, and open source AI model to me implies a different set of things. It just means that the weights are given to me. It does not really say that I understand those weights, which would have been possible if I were to say the open source software system, the traditional software system, the Python or the C or the Java, what is written. But that's not true for the AI. So that's where, I mean, whole of the discussion, I think, once we sort of put this perspective into the center, then many of the answers will be very much obvious to us how we want to do it. So the weights by themselves does not give me a lot more leverage. Of course, it saves me from the compute that I would have spent to really do that, but that's it. And after that, I'm as good or as bad as the closed system. So the open source system, I mean, as we would like to call it in this forum, is definitely better than the closed source system, but let's not also treat them as the holy grail and everything is done. I mean, there are still lots of gap there which we should be addressing. And I think the inclusive growth maybe Professor Bhatt can answer.
Yeah, so I'd like to say two things here. Thank you for your question, of course. Um, See, there's no legal definition of open source AI. It's just an understanding, right? So according to you, 90% falls within open source AI, but we don't know. So there should be some parameters for it to be satisfied to be called as an open source AI. So there should be no compromise with all these principles: transparency, inclusivity, accountability, no biasness, all these things. So any and every open source AI which fulfills all these parameters can be classified as one. So that we need to see. That's a test which we need to check, point number one. Point number two, there's a huge difference between regulation and governance. We don't need to regulate AI, we need to govern AI. Right? It's not a question. If we start regulating AI, we'll never be able to do it. Right? So probably it's a race between the question of law and technology. We should always be ahead of technology, something like a race between hare and turtle. Right? Now, who's the hare and who's the turtle in this story? We need to decide. So we need to probably come up with a proper framework to govern AI in the best possible way, ensuring no compromise with all these principles. It should be for a country like ours, particularly for India, where there's so much of extreme diversity in terms of language, digital divide, education, so many other things, right? It should be as inclusive. The technology, its benefits should reach the grassroots level. Policymakers, government should ensure that. Lawmakers should second that. LEA should second that, right? And we should all work towards it. So the question is about governing it the right way rather than regulating it. So that's from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Because of paucity of time, I think we won't be any questions outside the hall. We can pick those questions in a conversation outside the hall. A quick round of thank yous from my side. Firstly, I'd like to thank you all the panelists for joining us online and offline both. Thank you, General Anand. Thank you, Sunil. Thank you, Professor Arora. Thank you, Dr. Bhatt. And thank you, Nesh, for coming and discussing these issues with us. I'll also like to thank you, IIGF and the team here. They have been very gracious hosts for us, and the IIGF committees who have selected these panels and curated these interesting panels over 2 days. So thank you to IIGF team for sure. I'd like to also thank you, Center for Cyber Laws and at NLU Delhi, headed by Dr. Bhatt, for helping us doing incredible research on these topics, and the young kids there are doing a fantastic job, and we're trying to support them as much as we can. Also, I'd like to thank you SRGF, who are our partners, who give us good insights into what national security and defense means for us. So that's something that we always look forward to in collaborating with them. And also I'd like to thank you, my team from IGAP, the young policy wonks who have been at some of these issues for a while now, and I hope to sort of keep getting to these conversations, and you'll see a lot of them. So thank you all of you for listening to these conversations, and thank you all the panelists for coming. I think there are other interesting panels that you can join after this panel as well. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, everyone. Just for a minute, we would like to felicitate our panel. I would like to call Mr. Amitabh Singhal, Director ICANN Board, to felicitate our panel here. So please. Also, I would like to extend the felicitation to our online panel, Major General Dr. Pavan Anand and Sunil Abraham, who we are not here. So. Professor Dr. Chetan Arora. Dr. Aprajita Bhatt. Ms. Nish Pereira. And our moderator, Mr. Dhruv Garg. Thank you, everyone, for such a wonderful workshop. We'll see you next in our next workshop in next 10 minutes.
ठीक हेलो
हेलो
ओके करो उसको हेलो चेक माय टेस्टिंग चंद्रशेखर को बनाना है यार नहीं अभी नहीं है. Hello sir.
Hello.
हाँ जी sir. I'm audible sir.
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Okay sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are here for our last workshop of the day, that is India's IoT revolution, secure, smart, and skill ready. Here we have Ahita. So sorry. Here we have Ahita with us as the moderator of this panel. Ahita is a cybersecurity engineer who advocates for youth empowerment in internet governance. She is passionate about emerging technologies and addressing the challenges they bring, including digital
This
inclusion.
meeting is being
She
recorded.
coordinates India IIGF, recognized by UNIGF, which has empowered over 3,500 young people across India. Ayata also contributes to IoT and cybersecurity standardization, combining technical expertise with a vision for equitable digital spaces. Ayata, please introduce our panel.
Yes, thank you so much. I think that was thank you for the introduction. So hi everyone, welcome. I see more and more people joining this discussion. It's on a very important and critical topic around Internet of Things, the revolution, the security of which, various critical use cases, along with the need to have quality skills in this space. I am Ahita and I'm joined by our esteemed panelists. I would like to introduce Dr. Leena Vachani, who's joined us remotely. Hi ma'am, welcome. She's a professor at the Department of System and Control Engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. I'm also joined by Mr. Pranav Singh, who is a standards and specification expert at IDMIA. Hello, sir.
Thank you.
And then I also have Mr. Suresh Chandra, who's a scientist G, IT and e-governance group, STQC. So before I get into the discussion around various problem statements, I want to set some context around what is Internet of Things. Initially I thought that, I'll pose the question to the audience, but given the time, I would like to, what is IoT? Internet of Things is fundamentally, let's say, all of these things, or rather devices who are talking to each other, communicating with each other via the internet. They're gathering data, in the backend processing for analytics, and then there is some kind of actuation that could happen, right? And there are multiple use cases of IoT, something that we might relate to, let's say, you see smart refrigerators, right, nowadays coming up, or you see smart baby monitors. So there are lots of applications of IoT in our home environment that we come across. Of course, when you must have heard of smart cities, right, IoT-enabled smart cities, multiple verticals for air pollution monitoring, could be around energy conservation, water quality monitoring, among others. Then there are also use cases around the agri-tech, meditech, edutech industries that are IoT powered. So in medical, you have you have ways to monitor patient data. You have something called connected ambulance. Then in agriculture, you have sensors that monitor the soil moisture level, the pH level, and also help you with, you can attach sensors to your livestock to monitor their health. Similarly, in education, one of the research that I'd also personally worked on was on remote labs. So how do you ensure that students, young population who, especially during the COVID period, how do they do their science experiments when they're in the school, middle school or high school level? So the titration experiment that many of us must have experienced, or some kind of focal length experiments that we had part of a physics. So all of these we were able to execute through the help of IoT-powered different applications called virtual labs or remote labs. So so given that IoT, the proliferation of IoT, there's a exponential increase. There are also a lot of opportunities that come in, but given that I can sit at home right now and create my own set of small IoT device that could monitor how much water is in my water tank, right? So given that there is a proliferation of these, there are also certain challenges that emerge. Predominantly, it could be with respect to security, the fragmentation of standards that we see. So in today's panel, we are going to touch upon the security aspects, the standardization aspect, particularly from a labeling and certification mechanism. And then we'll also touch upon the critical use cases and the skill sets that we require, especially for the younger generations. So with this context, I'd like to welcome Dr. Leena to help us with our very first question, which is, what are the key IoT-enabled critical use cases that are driving transformation across various sectors in India, and how can these address India's unique challenges and opportunities? Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Aida. Coming from the academic world, the research world as well, I would like to introduce myself as the professor in charge for the Technology Innovation Hub, which is set up by National Mission of Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems by DST. And IIT Bombay has been particularly working in the area of IoT and Internet of Everything, which we say it IoE now. So now we cannot imagine anything which is not connected to internet or through the network connection. Maybe it is only your home network or the industrial network setup, may not be just going to the internet web per se. But what is not connected now, I cannot see anything that at least in my that cannot be connected as well in future as well. So if we look into the critical sectors per se as of now, the one which is the most emerging one is the smart grid. Everyone needs the power connection, and what not is not. It is an interconnected network in itself. The railway network, which is which is also interconnected in one way. Transportation sector, smart cities, smart villages that we are talking about. Now, these, and of course the health sector and the education sector that you already named about, right? If we talk about the security on each of these, the industrial sector, industrial IoT we talk about, right? Where the entire factory is getting automated and so on, the security plays the most important role, including the smallest application of the agriculture, the soil sensing that you mentioned, right? Because you cannot be doing the irrigation without the secured network later on. Yeah, you cannot leave the security just like that by saying that, okay, I have developed some technology and it is available and you're not addressing the security aspect of it. Coming to the power grid, smart grid options are here. If that requires more tighter security, cyber security in one sense. Yeah, so without security, we are at a very great risk, and that's where there is a need of the standardization. From the perspective of the R&D or the research developers who are bringing up the new technologies, who are working on the new technology, as well as from the user side of it. The who is going to use it, where should be also aware about what are the security assurances that it is signing up for, or whatever products that it is taking up. Okay. That's one submission I would like to talk about. Uh, from the developer's perspective, if we talk about, say it is working from the smart grid perspective, right? When you said critical domain of that site, what are the standards available? What are the certifications available in order to make it a secured, critical, secured technology for a critical sector? What they are looking at. If you're looking at industrial IoT perspective, predictive maintenance is one big uh, uh, use case that is coming up here. And for the predictive maintenance, if your vehicle is looking forward, you're getting automated answer on, okay, your vehicle requires a maintenance here, your tire of the vehicle requires a maintenance here. And imagine if that's wrong information, or somebody has hacked that information to give that particular kind of a maintenance. Somebody can, change the data in the background, change the communication that is going on. So at every level, the security is very, 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 very important here.
Yes, ma'am. I think you've mentioned smart grid and also the security implications. I would like to ask maybe Mr. Suresh, would you have any other use case that you feel is critical to our Indian ecosystem that you'd like to highlight?
Thank you. In our Indian ecosystem, the problem is we are always try to buy the product which are cheaper, and because of that cheap product requirement, we are able to introduce the product which are of very low quality because of our low cost concern, and because of the low quality, we are having many of the vulnerability, many of the data is shared in neighboring country, in border sharing country. Basically, in other country, there are regulations, there are requirement, there are testing requirement, there are certification requirement, but the same company which are working in another country, when they are working in India, they are not taking certification. But in other country, they are behind certification because there is a lack of regulation. And because of that lack of regulations, many of the things are happening. But with time, now there is a change. We are having some requirement, some certification requirement. Particularly in IoT, you may be aware that there is a gadget published for IoT certification. And there it is mandatory that for government procurement or public procurement, certification is must for the camera. I'm just talking about one of the IoT device. And it is divided in two parts. First part is this PPO. PPO is for government uses, camera which will be used for government purpose. And second part is CRO, compulsory registration order. So that is for general public. But as far as the ecosystem is concerned, you can take the example of any device, any ICT device, not only this IoT. Basically, when we are looking these devices, IT devices, you see what is the important factor for security in these devices. When we are talking about that important factor, so that important factor is a important VIP, and that important VVIP is data. So we are protecting the data here, and here data is generated by the IoT. If I am taking the example of IoT, so those IoT, they may be placed anywhere, and for those IoT, you know that there are different type of sensor for different purpose. It depends upon the purpose, whether I am capturing the image or whether I am capturing the water quality or air quality, whatever it is. But after all, at the end, it is the data. So how this data is generated, number one. How this data is preserved means in the device, how much data is there in the device, how data is transferred from that IoT to the server where the data will be stored. So your transmission channel. And then at the security of transmission channel, and then wherever data is stored. So how that data is stored, whether it is stored securely. And then when this data is there in the server or somewhere else, somebody will use that data. So who is using this data? So how you are securing those applications? Basically what we are missing out here, we are working in silos. Means you may be taking the testing, evaluation, certification of the IoT. You are not bothered about the transmission of the data. You are not bothered about the data in rest. You are not bothered about the data which is being used by some application. So those applications are left out. So we are opening up many of the loopholes in the system. Basically, there is a requirement to consider the security as a overall ecosystem. So if you are focusing only one thing, that will not be sufficient. It can never be sufficient. So overall ecosystem will be how data is generated, that device, IoT device here, how it is transferred, security of that channel, how it is stored, security of that server, and whoever is using this data, the application, those applications should also be tested. I am very well related and working on this smart city also. Basically, in my team, STQC is doing testing evaluation of all these 100 smart city. There are many of the things, many of the IoT, they are there. There is a big concern, whatever IoT device they are deployed there, and whatever devices they are deployed in these smart cities, there is a big problem, very big problem. And we are trying to resolve all those issues, and to some extent we are successful. In the next round, certainly I will discuss in detail.
So you highlighted about, to put it in a different way slightly, would be how consumers maybe prioritize functional and operational requirements over security. And security definitely, for a small device like IoT, which has memory constraints, computation constraints, is difficult to incorporate security algorithms and functionalities. So that brings me to my question to you on standardization. So what work around IoT standardizations and regulatory mechanisms to ensure there is secure by design principles also inbuilt is being done in the country, and what is the vision looking like?
First of all, thank you to IIGF and Aita invited me for this opportunity given. One thing is very important for the end of point devices. Means I'm not talking about IoT. In fact, it is endpoint where the data is now being collected. So endpoint is having a very tiny operating system, a very tiny firmwares. You can say a very tiny resource. You said that is the constraint devices. So here is thing is that if any device which is having a very tiny operating system and weak OS, then it can be hacked anytime. And the opportunity for this IoT is the remote management, because this is the motivation for the IoT technology, because everything is now remotely managed. So if it is going to be remotely managed, then a lot of risk is there. Someone can trap your device, some can hack the identity of your device. Just take an example of your phone. You are bothered, you are making your phone is also an IoT device. It is having some processing capability, but it is an IoT device. So what the operating system is there, you don't bother. What the Google is taking your photograph, where it is going, you don't bother. So here is the problem is the one is the our awareness, and first one is the endpoint device security. Whether the OS, what kind of OS, what kind of application, what kind of connectivity you are having, these kind of challenges right now in case of IoT device. So standardization bodies are working on it. What they are thinking about that they have just published a standard that is 8CE and 303645. And even in automotive industry, they have even automotive industry with the ISO they have worked, and further they issue the standard that is the ISO 21434. These standards are defining there is certain we have to work on design level. Means we have to adopt the security in case of design. So first one is they have defined the root of trust. What is very important, and root of trust is nothing else. That is a very tiny element that we can implement inside the device that can verify each and every incoming outgoing. So root of trust important, and security data which is traveled, it is encrypted or not encrypted. What kind of encryption you are having? The important is, and if the source where the data is generated is encrypted the data, then that is very important. And what kind of command is coming from which source? That is also verified. So communication, verified communication, first one, root of trust, second one, and the operating system security means if your operating system very much weak, then algorithms, keys, everything can be hacked. So how we can implement the security in operating system in a constrained operating system? Just take an example of in your SIM business. Our company is working in SIM business and biometrics. So in SIM, it is hardly a 65K operating system. The size of operating system 65K. But what kind of security it is having? We are having the operating system means we have to build an inter-industry command that can talk to the terminal, and the terminal can respond to the
devices. So you may be aware about IoT standard also. So popular standard, earlier it was ETSI before COVID.
This meeting is being recorded.
So at COVID time, there was no ISO IC standard, means open standard. Only ETSI standard was there, and this standard was used in Europe, and then it was popular in Singapore also, and on the basis of that standard, they made a labeling scheme in Singapore. In India, we were also working on this IoT certification, and we were struggling which standard should we use in the absence of some open standard. Then in 22, there was a release of IoT standard. It was ISO IEC 27400. And this standard was having 45 controls. And those controls, they were related to the process part also and product part also. Both were there in these controls. After that, there was a standard 27402, 403, and 404. So 402 is also released. 402 was for product, and 403 it was for domestics in IoT domestics, and 404 is for labeling, IoT labeling. So these are four standard, and this 404 is yet to release. It is at draft stage. But what is there in these standards? So let me cover in brief. As I told you, this 400, it is having 45 controls, and I think 25 or 27 control, they are pertaining to process part, and rest related to the product. 402 is specific to the product. And as you know that 27,000 family, they start with risk analysis. So here also they talks about risk of the IoT. And on the basis of that, those controls are defined, and there they talks about testing evaluation on the basis of those risks which may be pertaining to the product. So what we did here in ministry, that those risks and those process, they are covered there. But when you are going for testing, you require some checkpoint. So those checkpoint, they should cover all those security concern and requirement. So then we investigated about this, what OWASP is having. So OWASP, they were having this ASVS Appendix C for IoT. So in Appendix C for IoT, total there were 34 checkpoint. So in level 1, 14 checkpoint, level 2, 24 checkpoint, and level 3, 34 checkpoint. And they are depending upon the criticality of the IoT. For normal IoT, 14 checkpoint. If you are having a medium type of IoT, medium concern, so that that test case is defined. What does it mean by medium? What does it mean by higher security IoT? And in total, there are 34 checkpoints. So what we did, we utilized those checkpoints, and we did the labeling in our scheme on the basis of that, beside having the process part. And another critical factor which is missing, and you will find it is missing in European scheme also, Singapore scheme also, and even in US scheme also. I can declare our scheme is one of the best. Reason being, they are focusing only on consumer part, consumer IoT. Europe is focusing only on consumer. Singapore is focusing only on consumer. Recently, we saw the US IoT scheme also. That is also very light. But here we are covering all. Not only consumer, we are covering industrial also. And beside that, we are covering supply chain security, which is missing everywhere. And this is the concern for the country like India. We are having a lack of productization here. We are having dependency on countries, and mostly dependency was on neighboring country. Most of the SOC, they were from neighboring country. There were lot of loopholes in those SOCs. Data was shared to the neighboring countries. We analyze in detail and we introduce the supply chain security also, and it is mandatory for any certification of IoT. So those checkpoints were also included in IoT certifications. And on the basis of that, scheme was prepared, those checkpoints were prepared. Beside those security requirement, depending upon the level, so like 14 checkpoint or 24 checkpoint or 34 checkpoint. For camera, Gazette is published, it is only for 24 checkpoint, means for PPO and CRO, only 24 checkpoints are mandatory now. So not 14, not 34. 24 are mandatory with supply chain security. The other part what Government of India has done, there is a restriction on border sharing country product. You may be aware that DPIIT also has issued the order, and on the basis of that, we, for certification, we have restricted the product which are from border sharing country. SUVC in MIT is not doing testing, evaluation and certification of those products which are totally manufactured from the country which is the border sharing country of India. So it is not certified, it is not tested by us. Number one. Number two, beside this a complete product, there are some critical components, critical part, which are part of the device. You will be surprised, many of the camera, most of the camera, they were having those SOC from border sharing country. Whatever product has been certified till now, all those products now they are not having those critical component which are from border sharing country, right, in those certified products. All those critical components part SOC, they are replaced with some of the SOCs which are from some other country. And the components and product which were from border sharing country, there were many protocols, many of the things, many of the firmware code where there were some codes which were sharing the data to the neighboring country. So all those things have been replaced. The firmware is reviewed thoroughly. What my colleague was telling about root of trust and all those things, they are also tested and verified. But after all, at the end, there is still a major challenge, major issue for the country like us. Reason being, the critical part is SOC in any of the ICT device, not only the IoT device. That is the chip. You are having all those security control inside the chip, and that chip is not manufactured in India. Right now it is not manufactured. Within 1 or 2 years we may be having our own chip here, but right now we are not having any chip. Now wherever these chips are manufactured, you may be aware about all those backdoors. And those backdoors, they may be introduced at any level. They may be introduced at design stage, they may be introduced at fab stage, they may be introduced at implementation stage like in firmware. So through testing evaluation, you may discover some of the backdoor at firmware level, some of the backdoor you may find out at implementation, means at chip level also, where you have done some of the provisioning. many of the backdoor which are part of design, which are the part of fab, they are impossible to detect, and they are the integral part of any device. So there is a challenge. There is a big challenge to identify and discover those type of backdoors. We are working on that side also, seriously working on that side. So let us hope in future we will be able to detect such type of backdoors also.
Thank you for the complete overview as well as the scope. I would like to invite Dr. Leena. Actually, given that we want to give some time for questions, and maybe we'll jump back into the panel discussion right after, sir, to discuss standardization. Dr. Leena, this question that we hear from everybody is with respect to what are the type of skill sets required. But predominantly, I want to know, are there any targeted strategies, any kind of partnerships, or any R&D efforts, or something that's happening in the academia that is required for us to uplift and empower the current young generation of India to ensure that they have the right amount of skill sets, awareness, and also empowerment to ensure the IoT space and the ecosystem is something that they can channelize and work around very well?
Perfect. Thank you. See, if you look at making, if I have to build up a skill set here, and as at the same time, when we look into the components which make an IoT product, the IoT product, as mentioned here, is coming up from the physical device, which is collecting the data, the communication layer, which is communicating, then making a database out of it, and if there are any processes being involved, processes we're getting connected to it, then there comes concept of security. So it is no longer a one kind of an engineering discipline or a software discipline that we are talking about here. So if I have to build up the skill set for the IoT, it requires at least a basic level of understanding of each of these layers, each of these components that I spoke about, including the data analytics, including the security, including the process analytics as well, right? So basic knowledge is what is needed, and then somebody can look forward for building up the IoT advanced level skill set development in terms of specific ones and so on. So we are looking into, if we look into the international community, other universities which are offering IoT courses, these IoT courses are very, very preliminary courses which are giving some idea about how the embedded processor is getting connected to a particular sensors, and doing some kind of an connectivity and creating a database out of it, right? So this is just not enough. One has to look into dwelling into understanding that at every part of it, specifically when you have to consider making an IoT product, to have a secured layers at every component level and every communication layer, as well as every analytics level, and including making the database protection as well, and which is relevant to specifically to this panel discussions here. That's where the skill set needs to be built up, and especially at our technology innovation hub, we are building up these core structures, which could be just not looking into basics, but advanced layers and so on. Also working on what is individual IoT products which are already in the market, slowly will require the maintenance and the servicing capability also over there. So one needs to build up the skill set um, for a particular product maintenance as well.
Got it, ma'am. So I'll now direct the question to the audience. Hi, everyone. I understand it's post-lunch. I would like to know, okay, rather, do you have any questions for our panel? Any questions around, could be standards, security? Yeah, sorry, yes.
I think IoT is one thing which, sir, you mentioned about the trusted source from the perspective of certification. That is one method of taking care of security. But at the same time, the entire network is under regulation. But if we see IoT still to a great extent out of it, from the perspective that the devices which are put in the network are, it is very difficult of millions of devices to regulate or put in the network. How that things can be managed?
Now, because of this gadget published by Government of India, so to procure any of the camera, I am taking example of camera. For other IoT devices also, gadget will be published very soon. For camera, it is already published. So you can't have a device like camera on JAM, because government procurement is done through JAM. So only those vendor will be registered, only those product will be registered which are certified. No uncertified product will be available for procurement for government on the JAM. Similarly, for normal public, it is through BIS CRO scheme, compulsory registration order. So there also, without any certification from BIS, no camera product will be available in the market. So that will be the starting point. Now, whatever devices they are already in the market, it will take some time to replace those devices. Like I gave the example of smart cities. There are many of the IoT devices, they are there and they are vulnerable. But we can't replace all the devices at once. It will take some time. But within a short duration, you will find that all those tested, evaluated and certified IoT devices, they are in the ecosystem. And as far as the network is concerned, IoT only is not the network. There are many of the things, as in the beginning I mentioned about the other part like server and other applications which are using those data. So as I mentioned about this standard 27400, it covers all those aspects. It is covering that system part also. So for that also there is a certification scheme, and that certification scheme is covering overall ecosystem. So that system part also, how data is transferred, how it is preserved with the IoT device. So this complete ecosystem is certified. Certainly it will take some time, but have some starting.
Is there any other question from the audience? So I have a question. We spoke about security-related issues. We're quite different from how we tackle security concerns. So when we have IoT devices, let's say they monitor anywhere from a particulate matter data to our biometrics. So given that there's a range in the, when we look at the type of data that they're capturing, what are the privacy requirements? Are there any standard or working groups that are focused on privacy by design or privacy of IoT devices and the ecosystem?
Yeah, good question. Basically, as I mentioned about the standard 27400, it covers the control of privacy also. So privacy of the IoT devices, related controls, they are part of it, and they are part of process. So when systems certification of those IoT related system will be done, so their privacy related control are also verified and validated. So it is already covered there, and rest we all are aware that the one of the standard 27001, it is also covering privacy, and 27701, it is specifically for privacy. But beside that, the standard which is covering privacy specific to the IoT, so it is already part of 27400. So it is covered there.
In case of privacy, I think, sir, there is two things. One is the data where they generated. Just take an example of pacemaker. The pacemaker is the equipment that is had the patient data, and now it is connected to the platform, and some doctor can see that particular data based on any doctor, any pathology center which is connected to the platform can see the data. Here is the patient data is a privacy data, the custodian privacy data. So how we can protect that data? So only only who can see the data, who is privileged by the custodian, who has authorized by the custodian. So here is a technology is coming, that is tokenization services, that one token has to created by the custodian, and if token is verified by the any person, then they can use the data. Otherwise, no one can see the data, whether it is stored in the platform or whether it is stored in any other cloud. So this is the concept of tokenization service that could generated by the IoT device, and that token privileged with the timestamp, session management, including session management, time spent, and then further the who is authorized can see the data. So this is the type of technology is coming to secure the privacy data.
Just as a follow-up to Dr. Leena, ma'am, is there any effort or any research that is conducted extensively with respect to privacy of IoT systems, especially from a data governance standpoint?
Yes, so basically in the security game, if you look at somebody or the other in the chain, different components has to take an ownership of the security, and security also covers the privacy aspect of it. So there are different ways by which you can, which the companies have already been playing around in terms of taking the privacy in terms of just by looking at one app, you already give you don't even read the terms and condition and you give the privacy consent to it, right? So that's how that particular company is protecting their legalities on it. Coming to the research part of it, the this tokenization method is one of this. The second is one has to look forward is similar to that, where you have the encrypted ID. Okay, so similar to this SIMs available, at least I'm aware about it, is like a quantum chip kind of thing also, and or the MEMS chip, right? MEMS chip is at least in the has been developed by the IIT Bombay, which has the ID encrypted into it. Okay, so once at one end there's one MEMS chip, there's another MEMS chip. If they are compatible enough, then only there is a communication established there. So there's a very high end privacy and the security concept that can be incorporated there. Now there's another the quantum level of encryption. Right now we have AES standards and so on. AES 128, if you look at, people are able to hack it, and if that is there in your encryption into your embedded platforms and so on. But if something similar has been incorporated into quantum way, then the hacking is almost impossible. So that work is also ongoing work, which we have supported.
Got it, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for highlighting those. Are there any more questions from the audience? You have one.
Yeah, so as we're talking about privacy, so in terms of all the certifications that you mentioned in terms of security and all, so that is fine, but in terms of the consumer side, right? So if I go to buy a IoT product like a smartwatch or something, and both the products are certified, right? Let's say all the certification that the government of India will be releasing. So from a consumer side, is there anything that will be, is government thinking of in terms of which one should I buy, so the data that is shared, the personal data to the companies are encrypted and stored in a secure database, all those things. But what data are they collecting, even if I want to give that or not, in terms of that. So to consumer to make an informed decision in terms of what they should buy, in the first place from 4 different companies. So in terms of that, any certification labeling that, government is coming up in terms of the product itself.
This privacy is part of the process, part of system. You may be aware about recent bill of Government of India, DPDP Act. Rules are also formulated for that. So basically it's a part of overall ecosystem. So whatever data is generated, you have to classify that data first. So that classification has to be done whether this data is a public data or private data, and whether this data requires some control. So if it is a personal data, so what type of controls are required for the privacy of that data? So there are different types of control for that privacy. And those controls are implemented. There are some technical control like anonymization. You may be aware that there are different types of technique for that. So anonymization is also done accordingly on the basis of the type of data. So if data is very sensitive, you are using some sort of anonymization. If data is very sensitive, then you are using something else. So mostly in all over the world, only anonymization is used for this privacy purpose. And those anonymization, you may be aware, there are some reversible and irreversible anonymization. So the irreversible means the privacy is the top priority. You do not want to share that data to anyone. And the other one where the data can be recovered after anonymization also. So there that privacy is not of that high level. So all those techniques are available. But anybody has to define and decide on the basis of the data what to be protected. And on the basis of that, you may be aware now in many of the application consent mechanism is also coming up. So when you are sharing the data, so consent is the important part. You are providing the consent that anybody can use this data. And further, there is a ecosystem. It is already part of this DPDP Act also. And all those actors, they are already defined. If you are aware about and if you have the time, you can read that DPDP Act also. It is on the portal. So those things are covered there in detail.
I think, sir, you have already described that there is level of assurance, means there is three levels, L0, L1 and L2 you have defined. So based on the level of security level of assurance, the any consumer can purchase the device based on the requirement. And this security and privacy security is based on the level of assurance. Means if it is a level 3, then it is high security and high data privacy inbuilt it. So based on your choice, based on the usability, what the use case you are right to adopting, based on that you can adopt the level of assurance devices, which is sir already had defined that is certified and available in the market.
Dr. Leena, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, I was about to say something similar, that the labeling is very important, which Indian government is already working on it and describing it. It's similar to the energy ratings of your, for example, you go and purchase your air conditioner. So the user is aware about the energy rating, that what it is signing up for, what it is, what product it is taking. Something similar, if this kind of levels are available, labels are available, user will be able to understand that, okay, this is what the security level of a product that it is purchasing. And if it's a smartwatch, what kind of smartwatch it is purchasing. Yeah, that's what I wanted to convey.
Yes, the label, the standard technical report is already present in the DOT website. That is security by design for IoT and M2M manufacturer. That defines the level 5, so L0 to L5.
5 lives. Yes.
Yes, that defines the L0 to L5, and that is having 22 around checkpoints, so you can define what kind of device you want to use. But here is based on our requirement and ease of business, because India is first priority is ease of business. So in case of any security implementation going on the device manufacturer, there should be some ease of business. Otherwise, so we have to really very aware to purchase a device, and we have to see what kind of security that manufacturer is providing. So it is totally depends on the consumer who want to use that particular device. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have time for a question or? Okay, maybe in that case, I'll request this panelists to give the closing remarks. But closing, I would like to like it if you could touch upon skills and the focus on empowerment, because IoT it applies to multiple industries, multiple sectors, and is dealing with different types of data, with individuals having different type of expectations with the services and applications of IoT. So how does one address this? If you could wrap it up in a minute. So we'll start with you, please.
Basically, I'm giving the generalized answer. Basically, this is applicable to all type of devices, and we are having a lack of awareness. As I started the discussion, we are having more focus towards the cheaper thing. If something is available very cheap, we are very happy. But you see what you are investing a less amount, and you are basically sharing a huge data, your personal data. We were talking about privacy, and through those cheap devices, you are sharing your huge personal data, and because of that, you may suffer a heavy loss. And nowadays, you may be aware about digital arrest and all those things are there, and it is now a day-to-day problem in India. Every day we are listening something. So what is the main cause behind that? The awareness. Public is not aware. Public is not aware what to buy. We can take Apple product from some market in Delhi in 10,000 or 5,000, and we know that it is not possible. So you are having counterfeit product. So that counterfeiting and all those things are there. So you are risking not only yourself by sharing your personal data, you are sharing your family data also. And because of that, many of you may be receiving some of the call. I received the call. My colleague received the call. We are holding your child and he is with us, and he is captured because of this purpose, that purpose, like that. So how they got my number? How they are aware about my son name? I only sharing it. So basically security start with ourselves. Device is the tool, device is the instrument. Device is not taking automatically from me. I am giving to the device. So that awareness is very important, whether it is an IoT or anything that require like a forum or discussion like we are having here. But in such type of forum, we can't have a public, all the public. Only educated public can be here. But our many of the users, they are not aware about all those things. So I think there is a need to popularize all those issues and risk, and there is a need to provide that awareness to the normal public also, so that they are not hacked or they are not basically part of any of such mischievous persons which are in the market.
I think sir is very right. We have to aware first one, and second is testing infrastructure in India. We should increase, and that is very important because we are, in case of device testing, we are very less. Hardly we are having one or two institutions that are testing. So we have to increase the facility testing facility, and that is very important for the India right now.
Thank you, Dr. Leena. Over to you.
Yeah, so according to me, when we develop an IoT technology, and for example, it's a new technology, one needs to maintain it, and a service engineers are important here. If service engineers, to an extent that we might need now the electricians and plumbers to uh, as well, because finally these fans and electrical equipments are going to be IoTized very soon. No one is going to, they are going to be controlled remotely very soon, right? So that's beginning from there in the chain to the higher ups, where we are designing very high-end secured IoT designers, which are coming up with new and new applications and use cases for it.
All right, I think with this we come towards the end of the panel discussion. Towards the closing, we touched upon awareness, the testing infrastructure, as well as the required skill sets. So with this, thank you so much for your time, for interacting with our audience and sharing your insights on the IoT landscape, the use cases, security requirements, particularly labeling and certification, as well as overall how does the roadmap look like for the country. With this, do we... Yes, I'll hand it over to the team. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, panel, for such a wonderful session. I would like to invite Mr. Shubham Saran, General Manager, Business Development, Nixie, to felicitate our panel here. Mr. Pranav Singh. Mr. Suresh Chandra. Dr. Dr. Leena, who is present virtually with us, and Ahita. Thank you everyone for such a wonderful workshop. Please have a photograph.
Ma'am, we're taking a quick group photo, so we'll have you in the frame.
Thank you so much, Aita, and thank you, everyone.
Dr. Leena, please hold on for a second. We'll take one more picture.
Okay, sure.
Thank you so much. Thank you, panel.
Thanks
Please
a lot.
join us in the main panel in MR19 on building green and sustainable internet in next like 10 minutes. Thank you.